creating one unique masterpiece meets the ability to deliver a million. It goes beyond the mastery of hand and eye to the precision of cutting-edge technology. Jewelry today isn't about clinging to the past, but drawing inspiration from it and creating for the future. No one understands this better than India. India, the world's gem and jewelry destination.
A very warm welcome to all of you. Requesting you all to please settle down so that we can start with this event.
We all have something deep within us, something that makes us shine, something that's worth gold. So go ahead, show your confidence, show your spirit, show your grit. Show your strength. Show your spark. Show your heart. Show the world who you really are. And celebrate your essence with gold. You are precious. You are brilliance. You are bold. You are gold.
Requesting once again everyone to please settle down so that we can start with this event. Thank you so much. All right, as we have all you here and I have all your attention, once again, a very, very warm welcome and a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Priyanka Lalwani and I'm your host for this afternoon and the evening that we're going to be here together. First of all, a huge round of applause for all you people out here for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining us. So today, I welcome you all to the Banking Summit 2022, organized by the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council. This Banking Summit 2022 is powered by World Gold Council in association with IndusInd Bank. We have our co-partners for the summit, ECGC, Alliance Insurance Brokers, Diamond India Limited, Green Life Diamonds, Malka Amit, and Yes Bank. So a huge round of applause for all our sponsors and partners. Because you all know that this event would not have been possible without them and without all you people out here. And before we begin the afternoon ahead, I'm sure that you all are ready for a high-powered interaction with thought leaders from the gem and jewelry and the finance industry. I hope that you all are looking forward to it. Am I right? Can I hear it a little bit so that we know that you're present here? Yes? All right, that's more like it. I think we've just started this afternoon and the energy will be a little more higher once our panelists are here and once our chief guests are here. So first of all, I would like to invite Shri Vipul Shah, Chairman GJEPC, for his welcome speech. So with a huge round of applause, let's welcome him on stage.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the first banking summit after a gap of 3 years. GJEPC, as a trade body sponsored by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, has undertaken several initiatives to support growth, transparency, and compliance culture in the gems and jewelry sector. As an initiative to promote better banking and business practices, GJEPC hosts an annual banking summit which acts as a platform to discuss and deliberate the sector's development. The Banking Summit is attended by several eminent guest speakers and panelists that includes government officials, senior bankers, prominent businessmen, MSMEs, and other stakeholders of this sector. We have lined up 5 interesting sessions covering different topics which will witness the who's who of the industry expressing their views and insights. I would like to inform that our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Sri Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karad, will be running late, but in order to keep the event on schedule, we will hold the first session as planned and inaugurate the summit in Sri Bhagwat Ji's presence. So without further ado, let's move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. So like he mentioned that we'll be beginning with our first panel discussion. Our first panel discussion is Set to Shine, the Indian Jewellery Industry. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Colin Shah, MD, Kama Jewellery Private Limited, a first-generation diamantaire. Mr. Shah is known for his hard work and swift decision-making ability. He is the immediate past chairman of GJEPC. A huge round of applause for him, please. Next, we have Mr. Konal Doshi, partner, Modern Impex. Mr. Konal Doshi has been associated with the Gem and Jewellery Export Promotional Council since several years. A huge round of applause for him, please. Then we have Mr. Suvankar Sen, Managing Director and CEO, Senco Gold and Diamonds. Mr. Suvankar Sen is the fourth-generation entrepreneur of Senco Gold and Diamonds family, and he is the convener of SEZ committee. We have Mr. Ghansham Dholakia. He is the managing director of Hari Krishna Exports, which has had a turnover of $1.4 billion in the year 2021. Next, we have Mr. Biju Patnaik, Head Global Diamond and Jewelry Group, IndusInd Bank. He is a career banker with 38 years of experience in public, foreign, and private sector banks. Please welcome him on stage. Mr. Govind Kumar Jha, Deputy General Manager, Union Bank of India. Mr. Govind has been working as a regional head, Regional Office, Mumbai South, one of the biggest financial hub of the country since November 2021. Next, we have Ms. Suzanne Swanikar, CFO, De Beers Group, Diamond Trading. Suzanne was appointed as CFO of the De Beers Diamond Trading in May 2018 and is responsible for finance in the diamond trading business. And to moderate this panel discussion, I would like to invite on stage Lata Venkatesh, Executive Editor, CNBC TV 18. She has been a business journalist for years and has specialized in covering all market stocks, currencies, debts, and commodities. All right, so over to Lata now for the panel session ahead. Thank you.
I don't need these. It is.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello.
A gentle request that phones be put on silent because we are in for a heavy-duty panel on a very important industry, as well an industry which is, can I say, in the pink of health at this point in time. There is a reason why this panel is titled Indian Jewelry Sector Set to Shine. We've had an extremely auspicious start in FY22 with exports growing 50% from around $25 billion to $39 billion. So it has been a very good start after a rather dull, of course, FY21 for various reasons. But we have miles to go, as they say. And we have with us our panel to tell us what's the state of the industry and what are the steps we can take both as an industry and as initiatives to the government to improve it. Let me start with perhaps the veteran in this panel itself, Colin Shah. Colin, if you can start by laying out the terrain. The industry seems to be in the pink of health. Consumption has returned with what you call revenge buying. And exports have picked up so far. The future we have to see because of recession fears. But just lay out the state of the industry for us.
Thanks, Lata. And good afternoon, everyone. And I guess that's a very loaded question, so I'll try my best to answer it. But since we have industry veterans, a lot of bankers here today, I'd just like to leave a few thoughts with everyone today, is that this is an industry, if you look at historically, we were zero. We were nowhere in the export market or even on the map for any of the developed nations. We don't have one diamond mine, but we became the largest diamond manufacturers in the world. Jewelry, as we know it, traditionally was Italy, then Turkey. There was craftsmanship happening practically in most of the developed nations. In the developing countries, it started in a big way in China and Thailand, and India was a late starter. But today, we're probably the largest exporter of not probably, we are the largest exporter of finished jewelry globally. Then you take gemstones, again, we don't have any mines, but we're the global leaders in emeralds, and the second largest in rubies, leaders in tanzanite, morganite. Then you take silver, we've been a late starter, but we've developed, very quickly to more than $2 billion. And now the latest entrant in our basket is lab-grown. Though lab-grown diamonds have been there for a while, but very quickly, India's become, again, the global leaders. Now the question...
Colin,
okay, yeah.
let me put it more challengingly. If I have given you too much of a landscape to cover, we have grown from $25 billion to $39 or $40 billion in FY22. But we are a distance from the $43 billion we did in 2016-17. In fact, from 2016-17, it has gone down from 43, next year 40, next year 35, and then of course, COVID year was 25. It is a regression in dollar terms. What's going wrong? Maybe that is easier.
To be honest, nothing is going wrong. We've had a very, I would say, turbulent global scenario in the last decade. We've seen ups, downs, all kinds of scenarios. In the end, and that's the subject today also of our seminar, we've been resilient. So as an industry, we've stayed at $40 billion. We have 4 million jobs in the country. And if you put the domestic sector also as part of the 40, because when we say 40, we are only looking at exports, but domestics also today is a good 4 lakh crore industry. So if you look at that, we are resilient. We've stayed there in spite of pandemic, everyone saying luxury will be difficult or won't recover. We've come back, and we're on our way to the next level of $70 billion.
Okay, but anything that is specifically keeping us, from 43, there have been 2 years of decline. Is there a demand issue? Is there an issue in terms of ease of doing business?
To be honest, okay, and you'll have to give me 2 minutes over here to answer this. Okay, see, we could have grown, I would say, 10 to 15% compounded every year, even in the last 3-4 years. But we haven't, because every year something happens. Like, okay, last year we grew to 40. Now, these last 6 months, we could have grown further, but we had the frequent lockdowns in China. So while the American market was good, but then you had the Russia crisis. So believe it or not, we're hit by some new,
global
in India,
factors.
we had demonetization, GST. So this industry, and that's why I come back to resilient, in spite of every curveball which comes our way, macroeconomically, in the country, we've somehow survived and thrived.
Fair enough. Okay, let me get to Mr. Doshi. Mr. Doshi, first, if you can draw the domestic scenario. As Colin pointed out, the domestic demand looks very strong at this point in time. Does it look like, the rate of growth can be excellent in the subsequent year as well?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for inviting me today. I would say that we've not been slow starters. We've always been there in this industry for hundreds of years. But because we have a very large consumer base in this country, so it is always easy to do business within the country than go overseas. So that's why we've not been able to really go ahead with the exports in this country. But now with the various measures taken by the government and the council, and with the newer generation coming who has seen the exposure overseas, so they also want to come into this market. So the domestic market in India has been, as a consumer point, the first or the second. I think we are competing with China whether we are first or second. And every year we just look at the figure, and we are happy if we say we have done 800 tons. The government is never happy, because if we have consumed 800 tons. But within the country, and since the last, because I have been associated with the council since the last 20 years, 20 years back also I was told we have 20,000 tons in the country. Yes. Today also we are saying we have 20,000 tons, and we have imported around 800 every year. I don't know what has happened to that. Nobody can answer that. Yes. So that is a big thing in this country, where the consumption, the gold or the diamond or the jewelry is part of our family. We cannot keep it aside from us. That's why with each event of moment of happiness, whether it is a childbirth or a marriage or whatever, the first thing that is consumed or where the money is invested is jewelry. And in future years also, this is going to continue. And
Mr. Doshi, I think you are convincing the convinced. यहाँ पे जो भी है उनको पता है कि हमारे घर में gold and jewelry are as sacred as marriage and thread ceremonies. It's part of our culture. My question to you was, what is the specific challenge that you face? Say, gold metal availability. What's keeping us from, a continuous 10%, even a 10% CAGR? What is keeping you?
So the basic challenge in the country is with respect to availability of gold, or basically identifying gold as whether it's a commodity or it's an exchange. Because every time when we look at the product and we go and talk to the government, the first thing that comes into mind is about our exchange, what will happen to it. So are we clear about what we want to do? Because tomorrow, if the rules of the country are framed in such a way that every time the exchange is looked at first primarily, and then you look at the business proposition, then we have to take a step back.
Well, I agree with you, lekin it is only in 1 in 10 years that the government comes heavily on gold. When, say, 2013 mein hua, uske baad to nahi hua. I mean, the encouragement is there. I understand priority for the country has been foreign exchange reserves, and the threat that suddenly, dollar will go to whatever, 85, 90. That is a basic fear for the whole. I mean, I'm not denying that the government has been unfair to gold in that, but it is not a constant threat.
It is not, but it is a threat, first of all. And the availability has been questioned because the various, there is a duty element that comes into play when we are importing gold. So that has to be addressed all the time.
Fair enough, but that makes the cost of gold go up for you?
Yes.
It impedes your competitiveness, is what you're saying. Okay,
Correct.
okay, all right. Get that. I will be giving one set of questions on what do you want from the government or what do you want from the industry. I have a request, and it was something which Govind Bhai pointed out, which Mr. Dholakia pointed out, that this industry thinks and speaks in Hindi and Gujarati. You are welcome to pose your questions in Hindi. I would prefer Gujarati. You will have to provide a translation for some of us. Mane Gujarati avde chhe, but not very comfortable. So you are free to pose your questions at the end of the discussion. But let me get Ghanshyam Bhai first on the state of diamond exports itself. Ghanshyam Bhai, is the prospect looking better? And problems kya hai? In terms of, see, diamond exports, we are more looking at jewelry exports as the rate of growth. Diamond exports at about 24-25 billion seems to be static. So, आपके राय क्या है?
First of all, problem है वहाँ पे opportunity है.
Jewelry में या diamond में?
Diamond में भी और jewelry में. तो last साल बहुत बढ़िया था. कभी भी बहुत बढ़िया होता है, उसके बाद थोड़ा difficulty वाला समय आता है. कंपनी को उसकी स्किल बताने का, इंडिविजुअल लोग को उसकी स्किल बताने का, जो आपकी गुडविल है 5 साल 10 साल 15 साल 20 साल 25 साल से जो बिजनेस कर रहे, वो जो गुडविल है वो भी दिखाने का समय आता है। तो 5-7 साल के बाद ऐसा समय लास्ट 25 साल में देखे तो आ ही रहा है, वही टाइम का अभी ये समय आया हुआ है। जो आपने बोला डिफ़िकल्टी, तो डिमांड लास्ट ईयर बहुत था, अमेरिकन गवर्नमेंट ने पैसा दिया था तो कंज्यूमर ने बहुत स्पेंड किया, तो वो लास्ट ईयर ज़्यादा स्पेंड कर दिया तो डायमंड का प्राइस भी ऊपर गया, मैन्युफैक्चर वाले ने मैन्युफैक्चर बढ़ाया, माइनिंग वाले ने माइनिंग बढ़ाया, उसके लिए ज़्यादा सेल हुआ। अभी वो कंज्यूमर के पास पैसा नहीं आ रहा है और महंगाई बढ़ गई, उसके लिए वो पैसा कम खर्चता है, उसके लिए डिमांड कम है, तो वो एक प्रॉब्लम है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी से आपको महसूस होने लगा है कि ग्लोबल मार्केट में टाइटनेस है डिमांड का?
हाँ,
ऑलरेडी आ गया है।
ऑलरेडी लास्ट ईयर की कंपेयर करें तो ऑलरेडी डिमांड का कम है, और ये देखें तो ये होने वाला था वही हुआ है, कोई नया नहीं हुआ है। ये अपेक्षा थी 6 महीना पहले सोचे तो लगता था कि लास्ट ईयर बहुत बेहतर गया तो ये साल में इफेक्ट आएगा। इनिशियली 6 महीने में इतना नहीं आया, लेकिन 6 महीने के बाद आया। और दूसरा जो रशिया यूक्रेन का जो हुआ उसकी वजह से भी कंज्यूमर ट्रेडर सभी लोग थोड़ा कंजर्वेटिव हो गए, जो पैसा था उससे खुल के धंधा कर रहे थे वही अभी कंजर्वेटिव करके खुल रहे, तो ये माहौल थोड़ा चेंज होगा तो वापस पॉजिटिवनेस आएगा। तो अभी थोड़ा का डिमांड कम है, और प्रॉब्लम बोले तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर ये चीज़ होने वाला था वही चीज़ हुआ है।
नहीं घनश्याम भाई, तकलीफ कहाँ से है? तकलीफ डिमांड में है या तकलीफ कैपिटल मिलने में है?
नहीं,
पैसे का दाम ही बढ़ गया है।
पैसे का तो प्रॉब्लम से ज़्यादा डिमांड का है, पर डिमांड के लिए हमने भी आगे विपुल भाई से, सब माइनिंग वाले से डिस्कस किया था कि नेचुरल डायमंड का एडवर्टाइज बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। जो एडवर्टाइज नहीं बढ़ाएंगे तो कंज्यूमर के पास नहीं पहुंचेंगे, तो आज का नया कंज्यूमर नहीं खरीदेंगे। तो ओवरऑल इंडस्ट्री को, ये एक का काम नहीं है, सभी को मिलके हो सके इतनी नेचुरल डायमंड की एडवर्टाइज बढ़ाने का है, तो इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगा तो सभी का ग्रोथ होगा। अभी जो आपने बोला 2016 में था एक्सपोर्ट, वही आज भी वही है, वहाँ के फिगर क्या गया। तो डिमांड एडवर्टाइज बढ़ाएंगे तो और टर्नओवर भी बढ़ेगा।
Well, I will come to the bankers in the end. Let the industry have its say, and then the financiers to the industry. Suzanne, the idea was not to keep you out. I'll briefly translate what Ghanshyam Bhai was telling us. His point was that it was a great FY22 that the diamond and the jewelry industry had, but clearly the financial tightening by all the central banks has already led to a fall in demand in export markets, and of course inflation has also taken away some money from the consumer's pocket. Is that the experience at your end as well? Do you see this as temporary, and do you see a secular growth for the diamond sector?
Yeah, I think it's very important to bring that into the room, but I think you can't look at it without looking at, you know, what the economic factors are actually contributing towards that. So if we look at some of the data that we're seeing out there, it's clear that economic factors matters to the diamond industry and what it means to end consumers. Obviously, with US, China, and India being some of our most important markets. However, you know, we are seeing these macroeconomic headwinds coming after a record year of recovery. And that's what we really need to put into the room. So if we look at some of the data out there, we see that Oxford Economics has downgraded their forecasts of 2022, you know, and looking at coming down to about 2.8%. This was, you know, coming down from like a 4% pre-Ukraine war. But what we've seen is that, like I said, this is coming off a point of high recovery. If you recall, last year, going into Christmas, people were spending money on jewelry, and, you know, we had less things to compete with. Now we've seen that things like travel have come back. We've seen that, you know, last year people were not going out to eat much. Now we've seen them doing that. So, you know, looking at where we see Christmas coming out, yes, we think it will come out okay. But when you compare that to what it was last year, it would obviously be lower. And I think we need to put that into perspective. So whilst we say demand has gone down, it's relative to a high, you know, and I think that's sometimes maybe where we look at it and say, we agree it's gone down, but let's look at where we came from and the year of recovery that we were last year.
Okay. Well, Suzanne, what about supply? I mean, that's where your USP lies. For demand, you may be looking at the think tanks, but with the Russian market probably not as open as it was, and with sanctions in place, is supply an issue?
Yeah, I think supply is an issue in certain areas. We've seen clearly, the smaller size goods, we've seen a lot more demand for it, a lot more coming through. And obviously, we've seen that in the pricing as well. So I think it depends on the category. At the same time, we've seen that in some areas of goods, there is obviously an excess, and we've seen where stocks are starting to build up as well in those areas. So I think without, obviously going into a lot of detail, there is a little bit of both. Yes, we've got a supply issue in some areas. We've got a higher demand on some areas, but at the same time, we've also seen a little bit of a backtrack in some of the areas. So it's not holistic, but it's obviously there, and it is a concern.
Okay. Coming back to you, Suzanne, thank you for those initial comments. Let me turn to Suvankar. We will be seeing more of Suvankar on channels like CNBC TV 18 shortly, not just for the gold market or the commodity market, but also from the equity segment. Okay, Suvankar, since you are a seller and an exporter of both jewelry and diamonds, I'll have, if you can segment the question, if you can segment your answers, has the demand for jewelry been explosive or very good in the domestic market? The stock market is telling us, when you look at the shares of, even Kalyan has started moving up, Titan moved up earlier. It seems to indicate that they're sensing, they're smelling good demand. Is the revenge demand still continuing?
So, if you compare the sales quarter on quarter, so in the last year, as you spoke of the revenge buying, so there was a very good demand that happened compared to the year before that. And that really, it was a worldwide phenomenon. And we could see it happening in the US, it could see it happening in India. In this financial year, the first quarter, because in the last year, the first quarter was a pandemic quarter. So we could see a very high growth in the demand compared to the last year. The second quarter was a much more muted quarter. We saw that, yes, there was a growth.
That was the Omicron quarter.
That was the Q1. The Q2 was a quarter when the things started coming back in the previous year.
You're referring to calendar Q2?
Calendar Q2, yes.
Yeah.
So March, April, May, June, July,
Calendar
August,
Q1 was hit by Omicron. Q2 we saw a resurgence?
Yes, that was in the year, financial year 21-22. Okay. And as we go through the financial year 22-23, we saw that Q1 doing very well, because compared to Q1 of the previous year, it was a very good number.
Yes.
The Q2 was, obviously the growth was there, but the growth is getting stabilized. Because today the consumer is buying. There is one thing that we can see is in the previous years of pandemic, the footfalls to the stores were lower. But right now, the footfalls have become higher. That is number one. But at the same time, the ticket sizes or the consumption power of the consumer to buy a jewelry in the previous year, as Suzanne said, that the options to spend were lower, so they bought more and more of jewelry.
No, 1 minute, Suvankar. The understanding in the market, in the stock market, is that post-demonetization and GST, but more importantly, post-COVID, there has clearly been a redistribution of income in favor of the affording communities and away from the lower part. That's what we mean by the big K-shaped recovery, that the lower part of the pyramid has lost out. I mean, see, even if you look at the share of taxes in GDP has gone up. We are seeing explosive growth in GST and direct taxes. The share of profits in GDP has gone up. Obviously, the share of wages will come down, if you looked at it that way. Now, since the share of profits, and that would be the category which will be the consuming class for jewelry, the understanding was that actually jewelry demand is increased. This is the first time in 3 years that we will have a truly healthy and normal marriage season. And it is expected, therefore, to be good. Yes. Are these expectations correct?
Yes, these expectations are correct. Going forward, we have a very robust wedding season. and without any kind of concern. However, we have to keep in mind that in this wedding season, the number of guests or other expenses will also be there. So from a consumer point of view, with the inflation in mind, we need to normalize our expectations. It is not that the wavelength will always move upwards. There is a movement upwards overall, but there will be a slight kind of a normalization that we need to expect and move forward.
Okay.
That is how we would.
And you agree with Ghanshyam Bhai and Mr. Desai that export demand is already muting, or is that something in the future?
No, so export demand, see, who are our biggest buyers? It's the US. Europe has been one
US
of
is
our-
still doing very well.
US is doing well, but the inflation has been all-time high in those markets. So as a result, the normal middle class or the consumers are being hit. But let us not forget, here as we sit in the platform, we are not looking at a one-year horizon. We are looking at a horizon of 4-5 years. Let us see what the IMF has said about the world and about India. That India is on a bright spot. India is the future. India will be leading the IMF group. So that means that with the high level of population and the working population, they will be the ones who will be driving the growth of the world. And that is where, ma'am, what we need to keep in mind is that we are, what the research says, what the data says, is that India is moving towards a 10 trillion economy over the next 5-6 years. So just imagine.
Let us stick to something closer, because numbers like 5 and 10 trillion get thrown, and especially because it is a dollar, once you start dividing by 82 rather than 75, the number becomes difficult to achieve. So,
Right.
let me rephrase the question to you in this fashion. I take your point that we are an island of maybe India, Indonesia, Mexico are few countries which are doing much better than the rest of the world.
Yes.
And within India, the upper consumption class is doing better. So, what is your estimate?
I would not totally agree with you, ma'am, that the upper consumption class has their growth. The share prices, the stock markets, that's where they have been able to create the wealth. Now, it's time for the wealth and the money to get redistributed. And with the investment and the opportunities coming in, maybe it takes a year or two. After all, when money gets printed, it moves from hand to hand. And it has been in the hands of some people for some period of time. But it is going to gradually move into the hands of the common man. And once that happens, you will see that the consumption drive is going to really, really pick up, not just in the jewelry sector, but sectors all across. And let's look at the young generation. Now, how would you, they are more educated, they are getting a different kind of jobs. They have been investing in various kind of asset classes and being a much more wiser kind of a generation, if we may call it, that they are being able to generate enough income. If you see the savings rate of the country, it's going down. That means people are consuming more. So therefore, as a jewelry sector, let's look at what has happened in the past 2-3 years, and why we call ourselves the shining sector of the future is because thank God, the industry has done well in the most difficult of times when other sectors were struggling. And then that just shows the resilience as we spoke about. And it is now time to understand the consumer needs to create products, and the consumers will buy, because when there is more wealth in the economy, then after the basic food and health and education, they would want to, make themselves happy buying jewelry.
Fair enough. We will come back to all of you for suggestions, but the bankers now, the more important people. Mr. Patnaik, how is the industry in terms of credit demand and in terms of credit quality?
Thank you. Credit demand is a function of the business activities. Since the business activities, 2 years we have seen, like Ghanshyam Bhai said, from July 2020 to July 2022, for 2 years our industry did exceedingly well with higher profitability and also higher profits because the turnover went up. So we have seen in our top customers there is a larger amount of reserve and surplus in their balance sheet. That has reduced little bit of demand on the bank debt. That's there. But recently, after these 2 years of very good time, from August 2022, we are seeing some challenges in our business.
1 minute. You said retained earnings were good and therefore credit demand was low.
Because they had a lot of capital of their own.
Okay.
So they did not like to borrow much.
So what's changed in August?
In August, really after July, the demand slowed down, and due to, we have multiple type of diamonds in our business. We have something for Chinese market, which we call in the industry language dossiers, that is say 20, 30 pieces per carat to 1 carat, etc. Since Chinese market off and on closed down due to the zero COVID policy, those segments we found some build-up of stocks. Then second, we saw that since the business was very good, people started buying a lot of rough diamonds. And the rough diamond traders or mining companies increased the prices. And suddenly, it really, we were expecting in February 2022, during the, just on the eve of the war, that the raw prices will go down, or the diamond polished prices will go down. But that did not go down because people in the markets all over the world felt due to the war there would be short supply of rough diamonds, so they did buy quite a bit of the goods. So it continued for some time. But now by July, people realize that supplies are there. Indian businesses are having a lot of stocks, so the demand slowed down. Not only it slowed down from China, it slowed down in Europe because of, like Subankarji was telling, due to their different challenges, inflation, this, that. And the US market, which continues to be okay, it did not buy so much because there is a lot of diamonds already with the stockists. Though the luxury consumption has not gone down in US, like you rightly said, but the demand has slowed down. With lower demand, suddenly the inventory holding level went up, and the capital reserve or the buffer that the clients are having has not been that great enough. So we see from average 50% of the sanctioned limits as outstanding to around 70-75% as outstandings. And in some sectors who are doing well, like our small below 20-30 pointers and fancies, there is a lot of activities happening. So neither the midsection and the very large diamonds and expensive ones, there is a bit of slowdown. So that is impacting probably the diamond business. So we are waiting and watching that space to find out how this evolution takes place and when it changes. Last year, to give you a historical perspective, in 2020, when we were thinking everything is probably going to go down, somewhere in March, April, when we had the lockdown, suddenly in July, August, things came back in a very big way. And probably 21 March, we saw probably the best ever performance of our customers. So we are watching that space. We are looking at how these things will be.
There's no stress. There is only slowdown.
As of now, there is no stress, but we don't know how long this will continue, whether the customers, in my estimate, they can probably bear this sort of a situation till December, January. Maybe if the first quarter of next calendar year also becomes a similar slowdown, that could stress come up. So from pink of health, what you said, I'm not so optimistic how it would evolve.
No, I think that's a common theme running. Yes. Ghanshyam spoke about it. Colin spoke about it. Subankar, they've all been harping on the fact that perhaps the 2021-22 didn't prepare us for the slowdown that we have seen in 22-23. Mr. Jha, yes. You all are big lenders you're big players in gold metal lending. If you can tell us, as Mr. Doshi says, metal availability is a challenge. Is it a challenge? And is IIBX a solution?
Thank you. Thank you, Lata.
सर आप हिंदी में बोलने की स्वाधीनता सबको है.
Yes, so I will follow घनश्याम भाई because इन्होंने पहले ही कहा कि यहाँ जो लोग हैं वो हिंदी या गुजराती प्रेफर करते हैं. So thank you all. Thank you for inviting me. Metal availability is not a challenge, Lata. Per se, there is some issues are there which online or offline sometimes we are discussing. But since we are dealing with so many foreign banks and जब भी हमें चाहिए होता है, जब भी हमारे क्लाइंट को चाहिए होता है, स्पेशली मिल जाता है. बट सम चैलेंजेस आर देयर. लेकिन हमारा जो ट्रांजेक्शन होता है एज ए बैंक वी डू बाय बैक टू बैक ट्रांजेक्शंस. सो इन इंटरनेशनल मार्केट व्हेन एवर डिमांड आर देयर फ्रॉम माय क्लाइंट वी आर गोइंग इन मार्केट एंड वी आर गेटिंग. पर से इट इज़ नॉट ए चैलेंज. एज ऑफ नाउ बैंक इज़ नॉट डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व विथ IABX. जो एक्सचेंज है वो नॉर्मली प्लेटफॉर्म है जो कस्टमर्स के लिए. बट ऑफ कोर्स हमारा जो प्राइसिंग होता है वो हम सामने वाली बैंक हमें क्या कोट करती है, उनकी क्या कॉस्ट आती है, हमें क्या कॉस्ट आती है, उसके ऊपर हम प्राइसिंग करते हैं और उसके ऊपर हम प्रोक्योर करते हैं. हमसे ज़्यादा एक जो एज ए बैंकर चैलेंज आता है कि आज के डेट में मैक्सिमम क्लाइंट्स को डायरेक्ट अलाउड है. दे कैन प्रोक्योर डायरेक्ट गोल्ड फ्रॉम इंटरनेशनल मार्केट. तो आज के डेट में बैंक के ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंसी नहीं रह गई है कि इफ़ इट इज़ नॉट अवेलेबल विथ यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया और सम ऑफ द बैंक.
उसमें दुख है या यू आर हैप्पी?
देखिए इसमें दुख की बात नहीं है बिकॉज हम लोग बिजनेस में हैं तो हमारा ऑलवेज एक्सपेक्टेशंस होता है कि हमारे जो पार्टनर हैं, जो हमारे क्लाइंट हैं वो बड़े हों और बड़े हों और हम उनके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिला के चलें. जब रिस्क की बात होती है हम नॉर्मली हम अपने मिटिगेंट्स फैक्टर्स लेके चलते हैं तो उसमें दुख नहीं है. बट अच्छी बात है कि जो उसमें जाते हैं लोग डायरेक्टली प्रोक्योर करते हैं. उनकी नेटवर्क बड़ी होती है. दे आर कैपेबल ऑफ मैनेज देयर रिस्क एंड दे आर टेकिंग रिस्क. सो वी आर हैप्पी कि हमारे पार्टनर्स बड़े हो रहे हैं, हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
लेकिन ये नए इंस्टीट्यूशंस दिस IIBX एंड इवन गिफ्ट सिटी इज दैट मेकिंग अ डिफरेंस इन टर्म्स ऑफ ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और आर दीज टू न्यू?
No, these are making a difference for the ease of doing business. Because now you have seen last week probably RBI had said in the gift city you can import gold. So gold is that's making things easier for jewelry manufacturers. And like Mr. Jha said, gold supply is not a challenge or an issue for the business. Gold is not similar to diamond because diamond is very restricted to Sweden or to Russia and to Angola and all these countries. Gold as a commodity, it's very much available. That's not a challenge.
Well, we will have to give a lot of time for audience questions. So I'm quickly going to give one round for all of you in terms of what is your ask, either from the government or from the EPC itself, or from the industry, from ourselves. Let me start with you, Mr. Doshi.
I think it's a very good question and it's nice to hear that. Okay, what do you need? And I hope everybody is listening.
I hope it's a pragmatic ask. We can ask for the moon.
Actually, we are differentiating the business by saying we are doing within the country or outside the country. Systems should be such that it doesn't matter where you want to do the business. So the policies should be framed in such a manner. There should not be many hiccups. There should not be many changes. So once you start adapting to one system, in 6 months, then there is a change.
Sir, ये तो in principle हो गया. आप specifically और बताएंगे तो it'll be मंत्री जी तो आने वाले हैं. हम लोग एक list of demands भी रख सकते हैं. If it is specific, if we say you must do ease of doing business and you must not be, eccentric and arbitrary, that becomes difficult to point out exactly what we want.
No. So what I'm trying to say over here is, so when we talk about exports from the country, most of the people can do exports in this country. It's not that. But the requirement of documentation that needs to be done has to be simplified in such a manner that it is very easy to, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
When I do a invoicing and I send goods from Bombay to say Nagpur, the system is very easy, but here it takes time. So that is the first thing. The second thing is about you can say about the KYC element. Every year, most of the banks are doing KYC with us. Why do we need to do KYC every year? That just fails my knowledge. We just need one, the bank has to ask us one letter, is the constitution same? If yes, there is no need for KYC. My documents are there with you.
Okay. We can send that to the IBA, perhaps. You don't need the government in the picture. Point taken, Mr. Doshi.
Thank you.
I won't come to the bankers just yet. घनश्याम भाई से पहले पूछेंगे. घनश्याम भाई, अगर सरकार से कुछ मांगना हो, या इंडस्ट्री को, कॉलिन भाई से कुछ मांगना हो, मतलब EPC से कुछ मांगना हो.
कॉलिन भाई तो हमारा डायमंड खरीदते हैं तो ज़्यादा प्राइस मांग सकते हैं और ज़्यादा प्राइस देते नहीं है. पर गवर्नमेंट का जो आपने बताया तो पहले की कंपेयर में तो गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बेस्ट हुआ है. पर फिर भी कैसे इजी डूइंग होवे, हमारे बॉम्बे कस्टम में भी जो काम हो रहा है कैसे स्मूथली होवे. हम तो बहुत बार कमेटी को बोला हुआ है कि 24/7 एक्सपोर्ट चालू रखना चाहिए. जो गवर्नमेंट को एक्सपोर्ट करने का है तो 2 शिफ्ट में करे तो कस्टमर को सर्विस दे पावे. अल्टीमेटली आप सर्विस देंगे तो बिजनेस आपके पास आएगा. तो ये भी कर सकते हैं. बैंकर का सपोर्ट तो ज़रूर है, पर अच्छे में तो सभी सपोर्ट करते, बुरे में सपोर्ट जितना हो सके इतना करे. तो बैंकर से भी
ECL GS मिला कि नहीं?
हाँ, नहीं तो ये भी एक बात है. दूसरा, बहुत सारे स्मॉलर मैन्युफैक्चर है, बड़े का तो पैसा मिल जाता है, उसका नाम भी है और हिस्ट्री भी है, लेकिन नया के पास हिस्ट्री नहीं है लेकिन लोग अच्छे हैं. तो बैंक को रिक्वेस्ट मैं करूंगा कि जो 100% कॉल लेटर है उसमें कुछ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करे छोटे मैन्युफैक्चर के लिए.
नहीं घनश्याम भाई, आई थिंक वो हल होना है, क्योंकि अभी अकाउंट एग्रीगेटर्स का सिस्टम आने वाला है या आ भी गया कई जगह में. यू हैव अ डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट की कॉलिन भाई या घनश्याम भाई का आमदनी क्या है, खर्चा क्या, यू नो, कैश बेस्ड कैश फ्लो लोन्स इज पॉसिबल, इजंट इट? घनश्याम भाई जो कह रहे हैं, न्यू कस्टमर्स को भी लोन मिलना भी आसान होना चाहिए.
करेक्ट, इट शुड बी.
ओके, आई थिंक वो हल हो रहा है सर.
એટલે એ इससे ये जो मार्केट ख़राब की जो बात की है उसमें सपोर्ट मिले. और अल्टीमेटली बुक्स तो ज़रूर देखना चाहिए, पर आदमी की नीयत क्या है वो भी, और बैंक देखते ही है. और लास्ट 4 साल में देखें तो बैंक में ऐसा कोई बड़ा इश्यू डिफ़िकल्टी वाला कुछ आया नहीं है. पर पास का तो भूलना पड़ेगा, वो हम याद रखेंगे कि वो हुआ था तो थोड़ा एग्रेसिवनेस नहीं आएगा. वो ख़राब हुआ था, वो नहीं होना चाहिए, हम सभी एग्री है. लेकिन जो हो गया वो तो हो गया. आज जो है बिजनेस कर रहे बहुत सोच समझ के करते. लास्ट 2 साल में जो बिजनेस बढ़ा, सभी का मुनाफा बढ़ा, तो खुद का कैपिटल भी बहुत इम्प्रूव हुआ है. इतना बैंक फाइनेंस मेरे ख्याल से इतना बड़ा नहीं है, तो लोग स्ट्रॉन्ग बने हुए. सोच समझ के पूरा फैमिली जो भी बिजनेस करे, डायमंड है या ज्वेलरी है, पूरा फैमिली लगे हुए हैं. और थोड़ा ज़्यादा अभी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन भी आ रहे, तो एजुकेशन भी साथ में आ रहे, तो एक्सपीरियंस और एजुकेशन दोनों मिल के आ रहे, तो हो सकता है डिफ़िकल्टी कम आएगा. और हो सकता है इंडस्ट्री में कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि एक आदमी डिसीजन लेता है, या तो पार्टनर है या तो फैमिली बिजनेस है, 2-4 भाई है, तो सभी का माइंड सेम नहीं रहेगा. तो रिस्क बहुत कम है. जहाँ पे 1 एंथ्रोपाइन है वहाँ पे थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, पर अमुक तो फिर उसमें भी बाकात है. कॉलिन भाई ऐसा नहीं है, पर मेरा कहने का है कि जहाँ पे फैमिली बिजनेस है वहाँ पे रिस्क कम है, तो वो सभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करे तो नया लोगों को आगे आने का अवसर और मिले.
फेयर पॉइंट सर, आई टेक योर पॉइंट एंटायरली. लेकिन जैसे ही आप डायमंड्स के बहुत ही अच्छे जौहरी हैं, परख लेते हैं, वैसे ही आप डायमंड टेयर को भी आप परख सकते हैं. आप बैंकों को थोड़ा मदद कर देंगे कि कहाँ खोट है और कहाँ खोट नहीं है. बैंकर भी ज़रा खुल के मदद करेंगे, है ना? आप शायद द डायमंड इंडस्ट्री कैन ऑल्सो हेल्प.
नहीं, कभी कभी क्या हो, हम सपोर्ट करते हैं. नहीं, वो सपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन लास्ट में क्या हो जाते हैं, बैंकर भी है, बोलते हैं हमारे हाथ की बात नहीं है, ऊपर वाले के हाथ की बात है. तो मैं बहुत सारा बैंकर को बोलता हूँ आप ऊपर वाला बन जाइए, तो वहाँ जाके प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं. ये बिजू सर है ना 30 साल से, तो ऊपर नीचे सभी का उसको मालूम है. मेरा पिताजी को भी जानते हैं, मेरे बेटों को भी जानते हैं, और भतीजा का बेटे को भी जानते हैं. 4 पीढ़ी को जानते हैं, तो उसमें वो ज़्यादा जान पाते हैं.
एक्चुअली आई एग्री विथ यू. लेकिन इंडिविजुअल बैंकर की जानकारी के बाहर भी कायदे हैं, रूल्स हैं. आखिर वो उनका पैसा नहीं है सर, डिपॉजिटर का पैसा है. उनको जरा केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा. नो, लेट मी कम टू द मेन थिंग, एंड दिस इज समथिंग विच अदर रेगुलेटर्स आर pushing a lot. Can the EPC, I'm talking to you because you're involved with the GJEPC a little longer than anyone else, Colin. You know, can the industry digitize all its work so that KYC is easy, so that customs clearance is easy. Is that the way to go? And can the EPC, the body, be instrumental?
The EPC can be instrumental, and the EPC has already started My KYC Bank, which we've been doing since many, many years. So actually everything has become digital. But coming to, I mean, should I answer the question
request,
on
yes.
the ask from the government?
Your ask.
Yeah. So several asks, you'll have to give me some. But I would say the first one, which can really be a game changer for our industry, is the e-commerce policy. We've been waiting for it, I don't know, forever. And I'm really hoping that it really comes in the true sense. So if you take even a diamond, gemstone, or jewelry, or any exporter, for example, even a small 10-pointer diamond could be exported to 200 countries in the world. But if we have a proper e-commerce policy. So imagine we are saying digital India and, you know, make in India and everything, but we don't have an e-commerce policy. So that's one ask, which is definitely there. Then the Desh Bill, which, you know, after the SEZ Act, when Manmohan Singh was PM, the comprehensive Desh Bill, which would, you know, further to what Konal said, that in the same manufacturing unit, you could be an exporter, sell to DTA, pay the local taxes like how it is in China, Thailand. So that would definitely be a game changer for our industry. And besides that, one thing which definitely could help, you know, and we've been asking for this, is having even a duty drawback mechanism, which is like GST. So how GST has become online. So if duty drawback, GST, iSkate, you know, all these different portals that an exporter has to work with today, if they're made one, then banking becomes easy, compliance becomes easy, and an exporter is not, you know, forced to, you know, have so much duplication of books.
That's a fair ask, and I think the bankers will back it, because that will mean there will be an integration of data on every borrower. Take your point. I think these are very solid asks from the government, and you're not even asking them to forego taxes. So there shouldn't be a problem in granting this. E-commerce,
no, actually, to
course,
the contrary, we are telling them that they will make more. See, even in GST, I think, and, you know, for the larger audience over here, we must be, and, you know, I heard it from the minister herself, is we are the only industry who asked for an increase in GST rate on diamonds in the last 2 years. Yes. Every other industry goes and says reduce. You know, and we were the only ones.
Fair point.
So that stayed with them also, you know.
That you also took into account what they want. Okay, Suvankar.
So, Lata ma'am, from an export point of view, for ease of doing business, as already spoken, there should be a standard operating procedure for all the SEZs, so that there is no confusion. Because we can see that though the intention of the government is that export should grow, and we need the support financially as well as from the government's policy side. But at the ground level, the operations, there is a lot of communication gap, which is a very human thing, but that needs to be systemized and process-driven so that everything happens smoothly. The way the digital part you are talking about. Infrastructure, I'm sure the government is working on it. There are CFCs that are being made across the country, because ultimately India needs to be the jewelers to the world. And for that, the government needs to believe it. We sell a lot of diamonds, but now it is high time we improve our manufacturing abilities with jewellery, and then across the world people should think India is the destination. Okay. From a domestic point of view, I think that, see, money is in the market, right? The consumers need to buy more jewellery. Affordability is important, so EMIs for gold jewellery has to be made possible. It is right now available. No, in diamond jewelry, it is being available. RBI, I would request Viju sir to talk to the concerned authorities so that people can take EMIs. They can buy electronic goods which are being made abroad and. It is
available.
No, not, sir, ma'am. Personal loans.
Not for imported. Not for
imported. For jewelry, EMIs are only available for diamonds, not for gold. So that will allow the Indian middle class to buy more, which is an asset at the end of the day. That is one part of it. And the second part is the gold monetization scheme that the government had implemented. But we need to protect our current account deficit in that way, and we can make the gold available in India as 27,000 tons. More useful for the business. And that will enable the rupee to become stronger.
No, there the government is on your side, and I guess they will do that. Yes. We've kept Suzanne waiting for a very long time. Suzanne, do you have, I don't know if you have any asks from the government, but any asks from the Indian industry?
Yes, I do. I think this industry is one of the few industries that actually work by looking at other people's businesses. And they, it's very, you find it very strange in this industry because like any other industry, a company would look at its own profitability, its own balance sheet as it operates. So I think my ask is more from a perspective of let's understand that, first of all, geopolitical tensions and macroeconomic conditions will continue to provide uncertainty. So how do we make sure that we baseline our own businesses such that they remain strong enough to actually go through this period? And clearly long-term, there's a lot of opportunity for the industry and growth of the industry, providing that we all work together to look at, basically conquer the hearts and minds of the younger generation. So my ask is, how do we work together? One, to make sure that we build very strong balance sheets of our own companies, understand our own profit margins, and make sure that as we buy product, we are buying product within where we know that our profitability lies. And then I'm talking about this off the base of the first quarter where we saw a lot of people and, the industry buying price rough at extremely high prices. And, obviously, it will come back at some point to hurt all of us. So we all need to be able to work together to manage some of these. And also in terms of long-term, it's really to say we all need to work together to ensure that we bring more younger folks into the industry so that we all make sure that we have a more sustainable industry. So for me, that's my ask of the industry.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for joining us. And we have to wind down. Our chief guest is with us, and the diamantaires and the jewelers have already made their say. The bankers have only had to listen. A big takeaway is that there is a slowdown. And as Suzanne said, we have to learn to live with this uncertainty. But a lot of asks in terms of e-commerce policy, in terms of SEZ policy, and in terms of easier KYC from the bankers. Thank you very much, all of you, for a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an insightful and actually a fun discussion as well. I'm sure that we all are waiting here for our next sessions, and our chief guest is also here amongst us. So without further ado, first what I would like to do is to felicitate all our panelists here and our moderator. So to do that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sonak Parekh, Convener, Banking, Insurance, Taxation Committee, GJEPC, and Mr. Somasundaram PR, Regional CEO, India, World Gold Council, to felicitate our panelists and our moderator. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much to all our panelists, and thank you, Lata, our moderator. A huge round of applause for them for this amazing discussion that we've just had. Thank you so much. We have our chief guest here today, our Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar. A huge round of applause for him, please. And as we have our chief guest here with us, now we would like to start with our inaugural session. So requesting the GJEPC Chairman, Mr. Vipul Shah, and GJEPC Vice Chairman, Kirit Bhansali, to escort our Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar, to please join us on stage. A huge round of applause. And a very warm welcome to our chief guest. May I also request Mr. Soma Sundaram PR, Regional CEO, India, World Gold Council, and Mr. Sonak Parekh, Convener, Banking Insurance Taxation Committee, GJEPC, to please join us on stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. So as we have all our guests over here and our chief guest over here, I'll be requesting you all to please join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Thank you so much. Well, it's such a pleasure that today also we follow our culture, and I think India is the country with diverse cultures and a lot of different religions that we follow, and every event that we have, we still follow this and start with it. So let's put a huge round of applause for all of us and for our guests present over here. So moving on now, I would request GJEPC Chairman, Mr. Vipul Shah, to please present a bouquet to Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar as a token of love and appreciation from us. Now requesting GJEPC Vice Chairman Kirit Bhansali to present a memento to Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar as a token of appreciation. Thank you so much. So for setting the context for today's session, I would like to invite Sonak Parekh, Convener, Banking Insurance Taxation Committee, GJEPC. He is also the Director of Mahindra Brothers Exports Private Limited, to please join us. And before we do that, before I call him on stage, I would request our chairman, Mr. Vipul Shah, to please join us here for our inaugural speech.
Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Sri Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar, Kirit Bhansali, Vice Chairman, GJEPC, Sonak Parekh, Convener, BITC, GJEPC, Mr. Soma Sundaram, PR, Regional CEO, World Gold Council, Sabyasachi Ray, our Executive Director, GJEPC, distinguished guests, colleagues, bankers from the trade, media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the first ever banking summit by Council post the pandemic. The COVID-19 disrupted every aspect of the economy in an unprecedented manner. The gems and jewelry sector suffered due to restriction of manufacturing activities, labor shortage, cancellation of physical shows, decline in domestic and international demand, and disruption in the entire value chain. This was a challenging period for the industry. but the government's proactive and timely relief measures and trade-friendly policies help the export and the manufacturing sector recover quickly. Schemes like extension of the interest equalization, positive changes in definition of MSME, emergency credit guarantee schemes, restructuring and other relaxations were timely that helped the sector recover and rebound. The year 2021-22 was a dream run for the Indian diamond and the diamond jewelry industry. We saw growing demand from key markets like the USA and the Middle East, and India could capitalize on this advantage primarily because of the constant support from the government in the form of relief measures and trade-friendly policies. India's gems and jewelry exports to a global market rebounded by 50% to US $39.27 billion in the first year 2021-2022 from US $26.16 billion in the year 2020-2021. The sector underwent a paradigm shift post-COVID. Digitization and technology are now the new drivers of business. E-commerce has emerged as a favored medium to conduct business, not just in India, but also for exporting jewelry. Likewise, when we look at finance in gems and jewelry sector, FinTech, digital loans, alternate funding, and bullion exchange are gaining prominence. Financial technology, or FinTech, today is powering businesses through flexible payment methods, working capital solutions, and has brought transparency and ease of doing business. There are financial solution providers beyond the traditional lending through NBFCs and the crowdfunding. The newly launched first ever bullion exchange, IIBX, will facilitate efficient price discovery with the assurance of responsible sourcing and quality. Apart from giving impetus to the financialization of gold in India, it will empower India to gain its rightful place in the global bullion market and serve the global value chain with integrity and quality. Our sessions today will cover these key aspects of finance, lending, and sourcing available for this sector. India has emerged a bright light at a time when the world is facing imminent prospects of a recession. The summit is being organized at the right time when the industry can collaborate with the banking partners and together chalk out the roadmap for the challenging period ahead. Today, we take pride being a $40 billion export industry. However, when we look from the other side in terms of share to the global exports, India contributes just around 5%. So there is certainly ample scope for growth. Our vision is to take the gems and jewelry exports to $55 billion by the year 2025. As a trade body, we realize the growth potential of this industry, and we are working closely with the government and other stakeholders in developing this labor-intensive industry. GJEPC's new projects like the India Jewellery Park, Mumbai, and Mega CFC at SEEPS would be a game changer for the sector. Jewellery Park will provide effective support to jewellery manufacturers and traders who are interested in expanding in the state of Maharashtra to initiate new businesses or strengthen their existing ventures. It is expected to create employment for more than 1 lakh people. On the other hand, we are working towards completing the Mega CFC in SEEPS, Mumbai by May 2023. The state-of-the-art facility will enhance the capacity of the industry in manufacturing products, utilizing cutting-edge technology to provide and impart training and skilling facilities to boost the gems and jewelry exports from the country. Moreover, the revised SEZ Desh Act is expected to boost exports of gems and jewelry. Plain gold jewelry exports have taken on a growth trajectory post the India-UAE CEPA, registering an average growth of 19.43% post the India-UAE CEPA. However, there are a few bottlenecks which, if resolved, would further boost the gems and jewelry trade between India and UAE. The silver jewelry and colored gemstones have made a good recovery, and it has witnessed growth post the pandemic. On the other front, GJEPC has been aggressively promoting India gems and jewelry products through its various initiatives across the world. The industry is currently focusing on developing the lab-grown diamond. India has the capability to drive the narrative and become a powerhouse in the lab-grown diamond exports, which are expected to soar to $8 billion in a few years. We are working with the IIT to build the technology for HPHT in India. Plans are also there to build a focused jewelry park of the lab-grown diamonds. Considering the growth potential of the sector, the government is supporting to develop this sector. We have urged the government to introduce the PLI scheme for lab-grown diamonds, which will focus upon the import of machinery components and will consult IIT and DPIIT for its formulation. The industry has recommended the import of sophisticated machinery required for the lab-grown diamonds under the PLI for specific period, with a view to promote indigenous manufacturing of such machine in subsequent years. This is a rising sector, and we would want banks to extend finance not just as collateral loans, but also as project funding. This will allow lab-grown diamond manufacturers to set up manufacturing units. Sir, the budget preparation for the year 2023-24 has already started, and we would want you to consider few of our recommendations which will make our sector more competitive in the global market. One of the long-pending recommendations is the introduction of the presumption taxation or allowance of sale of rough diamonds at a special notified zone. India is the leader in cutting and polishing diamonds, but allowance of sale of rough at the SNZ will make India a diamond trading hub. It is estimated that if rough sales are permitted, at least 20% of the rough diamond trading will be shifted to India. The other budget recommendations include reduction in import duty on cut and polished diamonds from 5% to 2.5%, exemption and clarification of 2% equalization levy on rough diamond sales, abolition of import duty on seeds which is used to manufacture lab-grown diamonds, abolition of import duty on machinery which is used to manufacture lab-grown diamonds, reduction in import duty on precious metals, gold, silver, platinum to 4%, introduction of job work model in diamond, precious and semi-precious stone industry, and introduction of the gem and jewelry in the mover scheme, etc. Sir, another request is to consider reintroduction of the diamond impress license. There was a provision in FTP, Foreign Trade Policy 2004 to 2009, regarding diamond impress license for import of cut and polished diamonds to the tune of 5% of the export performance of the preceding year, for mixing with cut and polished diamonds for export or for export as it is. The provision was withdrawn in 2009 after abolition of custom duty on the cut and polished diamonds. Duty on cut and polished diamonds was reintroduced in January 2012, and 2%, which is at 5% today, the same provision may be reintroduced for the benefit of the trade. Over the past few years, the trade members have worked on making sector more organized, disciplined, and self-regulating and transparent. And this has been reflected in improved credit flow to the sector from the banks and financial institutions. In March 2022, credit to the gems and jewelry rose to a 6-year peak of rupees 80,400 crores in a span of 2 years, from March 2020 to March 2022. Credit to the gem and jewelry sector grew by 35%, whereas credit to all sectors grew by 6.7%. Presently, emerging economies like India would need to be aggressive to counter inflation and rupee depreciation, which is currently challenged by supply disruptions and global slowdown. After a swift post-pandemic recovery, India would now have to navigate the next phase amid slowing exports and rising interest costs. But we are confident that with the support of the government and the banking fraternity, we shall be able to tide over this turbulent phase. At this banking summit today, we have made an effort to touch upon the pressing issues of this sector, and I'm glad that we have stakeholders from every segment to deliberate upon and share their insights. I'm sure this would be very insightful and rewarding summit for all. Thank you.
So now, thank you so much to our chairman for addressing us with the welcome speech and the insights that he's given us. A huge round of applause once again for him, please. Thank you. And I would like to invite Mr. Sonak Parekh for setting the context for the sessions today.
Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Shri Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karadji, Vipul Shah, Chairman GJEPC, Kirit Bansali, Vice Chairman GJEPC, Soma Sundaram PR, Regional CEO, World Gold Council, Sabya Sachira, Executive Director, GJEPC, other distinguished dignitaries present here, bankers, colleagues from the trade, media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the industry for their outstanding performance over the last 2 years through the pandemic. I want to thank all the stakeholders, especially the government, the bankers, for supporting the industry, without whose support we wouldn't have been where we are today. So moving onwards to share the statistics of the industry, the pandemic has been a boon for some and a disaster for many. I personally believe that the pandemic has been a blessing in disguise for our industry, wherein all players got a chance to change, to reassess, and to re-strategize their business for future growth. There have been positive impact for the pandemic, mainly sale of old inventory, global stimulus driving demand, high saving due to limited expenditure on travel, because of which our sector has outperformed with the highest monthly sale of 4.17 billion in October of 2021. Steep fall in exports from 17 to 21 has seen a V-shaped recovery in financial year 22. For financial year 23, the sector has already achieved a sale of over 20 billion for the first 6 months of the year. As you see, the demand from USA has been very strong. It continues to be strong, with a share increasing by 50% from 10.5 billion to 14.6 billion, whereas the demand from UAE has weakened by 45% in the last 4 years. The demand for mined cut and polished diamond is expected to remain at similar level for the next couple of years. However, the demand for jewelry and for lab-grown diamond is expected to see robust growth, estimated to reach 18 billion for jewelry in 2025 and 8 billion for lab-grown by the same year. As an industry, we've always looked at the net foreign exchange earning contribution to the country, where we've seen traditionally it has always been 30 to 35%, however, which is expected to increase to 45% by 2025, mainly on the growth of lab-grown diamond, where there is no import of raw material, and hence largely it is all value addition from the sector. Let's move on to the bank credit. One more. In line with the industry's growth, and as Chairman already pointed out, the sector rose to a 6-year high, the peak of 80,400 crores in March 22. In a span of 2 years, it grew by 21.5% compared to 6.7% credit growth for all these sectors. As we see, the exchange rate becomes extremely critical for our industry since it's an export-dominated industry. And hence, the depreciation of rupee, because of that, there's reduction in dollar terms. Because, again, all of our products are dollar-denominated, and one of the asks of the industry to the banking fraternity has been dollarization of credit limit. So I would urge, again, all the bankers to please look at that, and so that the liquidity is not impacted when the exchange rate goes up and down. as export business is expected to grow by 40% in the next 3 years, this will comfortably induce a credit growth of roughly 30% from 10.5 billion to 13.75 billion. I think this is a great opportunity for credit growth, not only in working capital, but also for project finance for term loan, because large growth that we are seeing is going to be in the jewelry and lab-grown space, which is going to need a lot of capital investment in terms of infrastructure, machinery. Also, one of the important investment will be in renewable energy, because lab-grown is a space where we will see a lot of expansion in that, because it's a high energy consuming industry. And we are seeing already a lot of investment in that. And I would urge the government and the bankers to create a favorable policy for investment in renewable energy. Besides growth of demand and support from the government and banks, industry has also become a lot more transparent and compliant. And as Ghanshyam Bhai said, that new generation has come in, all of them are well educated. And in today's time of digitization, we as an industry has also transformed a lot over the last couple of years. And we are seeing a lot more compliance and transparency that has come into this industry, which I'm sure will continue in the years to come and become one of the most transparent industry. And this will really continue the trajectory of growth for all of us. Before I end my presentation, I would like to touch upon a few improvement areas. Colin has already, I think, covered the larger part of the SEZ policy, the DESH Act and other bigger things. But I want to touch upon very quickly on some of the operational issues that can really help us ease of doing business. So one of the issues related to the EDPMS, many exporters are receiving RBI notices for recovery of export proceeds, as the same is outstanding in the system. We would like to state that in several cases, the EDPMS records are yet to be updated and the payments have already been received. Therefore, we recommend reconciliation of EDPMS records between the customs and banks, and this would really ease out a lot of paperwork related to that. Second point is, as per new MSME classification introduced in 2020, the upper cap of domestic turnover is 250 crores. However, sales made to SEZ is being erroneously considered as a local sale as per GST. Therefore, rectification on this will allow correct classification of MSME. And this would really benefit the MSME companies a lot. We are very thankful to ECGC for introduction of the NIRVIC scheme for MSMEs. There are several banks who are allowing ECGC waivers, and therefore we request excluding those banks not to require ECGC cover and calculation of the total credit limit of 100 crores. The next one is, which I've already covered actually, of dollarization of the rupee. And since I would not repeat, but again, request the bankers to consider that. And especially in today's times when the rupee is depreciating very quickly, this would really ease the exporters. For diamonds, precious stones, and precious metal, except gold, we request RBI to relax import payment timelines from 180 days to 365 days for importers enjoying clean credit given by suppliers. This will also ease the pressure on our currency. And finally, for operational ease, RBI may permit setting off import and export payments within 1 calendar year to 2 calendar years. As a global practice, the diamond industry model runs on direct bills. Therefore, direct parcels with accepted bills of exchange to be considered as a bank through bill, as this helps the exporter save on time and additional costs. Also, we would like to request the banks to have an upper cap on processing charges amongst other operational charges such as remittance charges, collection charges, bank fees, inspection charges, etc. This would really help the industry to be more competitive in the global market. And finally, we would request them to have a quick resolution for substitution and release of securities, issuing miscellaneous refunds, and address any merger-related challenges. This generally takes a lot of time. It takes very long, and we would really request them to look at this. So thank you, everyone, and we really hope to continue with the next session. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now for the next, I would like to invite Mr. Somasundram PR, Regional CEO, India, World Gold Council, to share his perspective on gold industry. Mr. Som, as very belovedly known as, has over 27 years of experience across diverse industries, including the FMCG and banking sectors. A huge round of applause for him. Over.
Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, sir, my friends and colleagues from GJEPC and the industry, good afternoon to all. I'm going to be very brief because we are all very keen to listen to the Honorable Union Minister of State. Clearly, we are very happy for the first time to host this banking summit because very frequently what comes up is the support to the industry from banking. You know, if you look at the RBI report, that's about 80,000 crores, as Mr. Vipul just mentioned. But we have a formalized part of the industry, which is probably sitting around this room, which is able to access the credit. And then there is a large section of probably smaller, what we may call informal sector, which may not be able to access it so easily. And even if you look at it from a banker's point of view, I think banks do treat this industry with a certain amount of risk, higher risk awareness, risk grading, I would say. Now, therefore, it is important. GJEPC is a very, very credible institution, and they have the wherewithal to pull these things together. So I will just place 2 or 3 things here. One is, we have to bring down the overall risk profile of the industry when it comes to taking banking facilities. Clearly, the risk is, when I say the other part, is very, very high. So what should we do? That is something we probably need to pull together ideas around it. Overall risk in this industry should be seen by the bankers as much more acceptable, much less demanding. Clearly, there is a duty part because we are fully dependent on import. So there is going to be that volatility. But beyond that, there are also practices which we need to standardize. The second one of the biggest thing is, this is certainly the domestic part I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the exports here. We are too cash dependent, whether it be on buying and selling. While imports happen through the banking channels, we all know what happens to gold once it comes inside. It becomes largely driven by cash. Yes, there is a rural part of it, which the reasoning was okay for till some time ago, till Digital India picked up, but there is no more that strong reason to rely on cash. So again, as an industry, if we need more banking credit, we need to look at this cash element, because the lesser the cash element, the more the bankers will be able to assess this. The last one is, overall, if you see the industry, I was just looking at the RBI report, has a 4 lakh crore imports last year. This is in addition to the exports. 4 lakh crores. The banking credit is 80,000 crores last year. So is this sufficient for a 4 lakh crore? Just the import is 4 lakh crores. This is sufficient. You're just getting 80,000 crores. If we have to expand this, I'm again not talking about the very formal people, stronger people who are able to access the equity markets, the bigger bankers, etc. But 4 lakh crores doesn't get sold only through them. It gets sold through the smaller guys. So what do we need to do that? So that is something I would leave for discussions as we go along. We are happy to work with the GJEPC. The last one I would say is, there is one very important thing which we all know, which we have started hearing in the world now, which is ESG. The moment you go into recycling, you are able to we recycle a lot. But the point is, you segregate it and then you tell the world, this is recycled, anything in this world, leave alone gold, diamonds, whatever. Recycled means less impact on climate, and that could fetch us a better financing, because even bankers now will soon be forced to go into ESG financing. As an industry, therefore, we need to help them to say that this is an ESG channel, this is a recycled channel, give us better financing. So I will leave that. I'm again very, very happy to host this, and I do hope that we have some very, very credible suggestions to work on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, now we have come to that point that we all have been waiting for, to, as he already mentioned, to listen to our chief guest, our guest of honor. But before I invite him here, I would like to give a brief introduction for him. Our Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karad, is the first-time member of Rajya Sabha. Active in public service, he has served as Mayor of Aurangabad Municipal Corporation and also as Chairman of Marathwada Legal Development Corporation. Dr. Karad is 64 years old and a doctor by profession. In addition to an MBBS degree, Dr. Karad is an MS in General Surgery, an MCH in Pediatric Surgery, and an FCPS in General Surgery from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and Mumbai University. So as you all know now, he's also a doctor, also related to finance, present here amongst us with a huge round of applause and a lot of love. Let's welcome him.
आज मुंबई में आयोजित बैंकिंग कॉन्क्लेव 2022 ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय GJEPC, इस अवसर पर उपस्थित चेयरमैन ऑफ GJEPC मिस्टर विपुल शाह, वाइस चेयरमैन मिस्टर किरीट भंसाली, कन्वेनर सौनिक पारिक जी, सुम सुंदरम PR, रीजनल CEO, वर्ल्ड गोल काउंसिल, ऑल बैंकर्स जो इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित है, ऑल डिग्निटरीज, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मैं आज बहुत खुश हूँ कि इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित हूँ और मुझे बोलने के लिए टाइम दिया है। मैं इसलिए खुश हूँ, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलर सेक्टर ये बहुत ही हमारे देश का महत्वपूर्ण सेक्टर है और इस सेक्टर के माध्यम से दो चीज़ देश के लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट बनती है। नंबर एक, जॉब क्रिएशन। मुझे बताया गया कि अराउंड 7 million जॉब्स आर क्रिएटेड बाय दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और 7,000 एक्सपोर्टर्स आर देयर इन दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हु आर एक्सपोर्टिंग जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरीज टू डिफरेंट कंट्रीज। ये बहुत ही बड़ी बात है, हमारे देश के लिए गर्व की बात है। हमारा GDP का 7% GDP जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी के माध्यम से होता है और एक्सपोर्ट का 10 to 12% एक्सपोर्ट भी इसके माध्यम से होता है। हम बिना किसी झिझक के कह सकते हैं कि दुनिया भर में ज्वेलरी के सेट के लिए 15 में से 14 इस सेट हमारे भारत देश में प्रोड्यूस होते हैं। उत्तम हैंडमेड ज्वेलरी के लिए विश्व स्तर पर प्रसिद्ध होने के साथ साथ भारत दुनिया में गोल्ड ज्वेलरी के चौथा सबसे बड़ा एक्सपोर्टर है। भारत अन्य ज्वेलरी जैसे सिल्वर, कलर्ड जेमस्टोन्स, सिंथेटिक स्टोन्स एंड लैब ग्राउंड डायमंड्स में भी एक्सपोर्ट करता है। मेड इन इंडिया चांदी के ज्वेलरी ने सुंदर और अच्छे डिज़ाइन के साथ और देरे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी अपनी पहचान बना के रखी है। भारत जयपुर में 300 से अधिक विभिन्न प्रकार के कलर्ड प्रेशियस एंड सेमी प्रेशियस जेमस्टोन्स को प्रोसेस करता है। भारत सरकार के 2025 तक इस क्षेत्र में 75 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर का एक्सपोर्ट में योगदान की उम्मीद कर रही है। इस प्रकार जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मेक इन इंडिया विजन को एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। भारत में ज्वेलरी सेक्टर ज्वेलरी मेकिंग में टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके काफ़ी प्रगति कर रहा है। मैन्युफैक्चरर्स की दुनिया में आकर्षक हैंडमेड और मशीन मेड का मिश्रण बनाने के लिए 3D और अन्य हाईटेक मशीनों का भी उपयोग हो रहा है। स्टोन स्टडेड ज्वेलरीज, इमिटेशन ज्वेलरीज एंड लग्जरी फैशन ज्वेलरी बनाने वाले मैन्युफैक्चरर ने आगे बढ़कर ई कॉमर्स को अपनाया। इन मैन्युफैक्चरर की संख्या 13% से 55% तक हो गई है। हाल के दिनों में MSME सेक्टर ने जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर में अधिकतम विकास दिखाया है, जो जनता की आवश्यकता की पूर्ति है। मैं आपको सबको एक और बहुत खुशी की बात बताना चाहता हूँ। आप सभी जानते होंगे कि आज तक भारत एक प्राइस टेकिंग देश रहा था। विश्व भर में गोल्ड और सिल्वर के प्राइसेस हम समय समय पर अफेक्ट करते आए थे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी और इस सरकार की पहल से एक इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज की स्थापना गिफ्ट IFSC में की गई है। इसमें 64 ज्वेलर्स ने भाग लिया है और मुझे आशा है कि इससे कई पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट्स देखने मिलेंगे। बढ़ती हुई डोमेस्टिक और इंटरनेशनल मांग के साथ भारत सरकार विकास के लिए इस क्षेत्र में प्रगति लाने की कोशिश कर रही है। सरकार ने देश के घरों, संस्थानों, कॉरपोरेट्स और मंदिर ट्रस्टों में पड़े सोने के जुटाने के और यूजफुल पर्पज़ के लिए इसका उपयोग को प्रोडक्टिव बनाने के इरादे से गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम शुरू की है। आने वाले समय में यह हमारे देश की मांग को पूरा करने का गोल्ड इंपोर्ट्स पर देश की निर्भरता को कम करेगा। भारत डायमंड्स का लीड एक्सपोर्ट है, इसलिए सरकार ने कट और पॉलिश डायमंड एंड कलर्ड जेमस्टोन्स पर सीमा ड्यूटी को 7.5% से घटाकर 5% कर दिया है। सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में 100% FDI अंडर द ऑटोमेटिक रूट की भी अनुमति दी है, जो भारतीय बाजार की नाम दुनिया में बढ़ रहा है। द जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर में ग्रॉस एक्सपोर्ट की 12.82% की ओवरऑल ग्रोथ देखी है। सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र के लिए 45.7 बिलियन US डॉलर्स का एक्सपोर्ट टारगेट 2022-23 को निर्धारित किया है। अभी मैं सुन रहा था कि बजट के बारे में, जो बजट सेशंस अभी बजट बनाने का सत्र अभी चालू हो रहा है और इस सत्र में हमारे देश का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट कैसा बढ़े और एक्सपोर्ट के माध्यम से हमारे देश की इकोनॉमी कैसा बढ़े, इसी के ऊपर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का ज़्यादा ख्याल रहेगा। आप जैसे मैं स्टार्टिंग में ही बता दिया कि जेम्स एंड ज्वेलर बिजनेसमैन एंड मैन्युफैक्चरर्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दे आर प्लेइंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन डेवलपिंग द कंट्रीज इकोनॉमी। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आप लोगों से प्रयास से और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की मदद से आप ये जो कुछ टारगेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डिसाइड किया है वो हो जाएगा। हमारे बैंकर्स जो यहाँ बैठे हैं उनको भी मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये सेक्टर जो है बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सेक्टर है। इस सेक्टर की जो डिफ़िकल्टीज हम समझना चाहिए और समझते हुए इन सेक्टर को मदद करने की ज़रूरत है। और मुझे भरोसा है कि जब आप जो दिन भर डिस्कशंस कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं, उसमें बैंकर्स को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए आपको जो मदद लगेगी वो बिल्कुल बैंक वाले करेंगे। मैं बताना चाहता हूँ जो कोविड-19 के टाइम MSME के लिए जो इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी स्कीम जो दिया था, गवर्नमेंट ने ये स्कीम के लिए अराउंड 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए रखे थे। वो स्कीम अभी तक चल रही है। दिस द लास्ट डेट इस स्कीम की 31 मार्च 2023 तक है और इसमें छोटे छोटे MSME के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण ये स्कीम थी। और ऐसे नए नए स्कीम के माध्यम से जो हमारी इकोनॉमी बढ़ती जा रही है, मुझे बताने के लिए गर्व है कि भारत की इकोनॉमी आज दुनिया में सबसे 5th नंबर पे इकोनॉमी आई है। और इन सब मिलकर हम काम करें तो मुझे भरोसा है एक भारत पूरे दुनिया में आगे बढ़ते रहेगा। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज़ ऑलवेज विथ यू। आपके जो मैं डिस्कस कर रहा था आपके ऑफिस बेरर के साथ, कुछ कस्टम में डिफ़िकल्टीज है, कुछ बैंक सेक्टर में डिफ़िकल्टी है, तो आप लोगों का जो एग्जीक्यूटिव बॉडी रहेगा जो कुछ नॉमिनेट करेंगे उनके साथ हम लोग बैठेंगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लेवल पे और जो प्रॉब्लम हम समझने की कोशिश करेंगे और समझ के उसमें से रास्ता भी हम निकालेंगे। मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि अभी महाराष्ट्र में भी हमारी सरकार है। कुछ लोगों ने मुझे बता दिया, पदाधिकारी ने बता दिया कि जब ऑनरेबल देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस जब चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, जो उनके माध्यम से इस सेक्टर को 20 एकड़ लैंड नवी मुंबई के पास मिला है और उसमें डेवलपमेंट भी हो रहा है। बड़ा भारत के सबसे बड़ा मार्केट नवी मुंबई में आ रहा है और इस मार्केट डेवलप करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से हो सके उतना हम मदद करेंगे और एक बड़ा मार्केट हमारे नवी मुंबई में बनेगा जिसमें से आप सभी लोग अच्छी तरह से काम कर सकेंगे। उतना ही नहीं तो मुझे बताया गया कि अराउंड 1 लाख लोगों को लिए जॉब भी मिलेगा। ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण महाराष्ट्र के लिए और हमारे देश के लिए काम हो सकता है। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप बड़े उद्योजक हैं जिसमें बहुत अच्छा जॉब क्रिएट भी हो रहा है, बहुत एक्सपोर्ट भी हो सकता है। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रहो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र रहो, आपके साथ रहेंगे, आपको मदद करेंगे। और आपका जो आज कॉन्क्लेव, बैंकिंग कॉन्क्लेव जो चल रहा है, वो बैंकिंग कॉन्क्लेव का मैं इनॉग्रेशन हो गया एक फॉर्मल, ऐसा मैं डिक्लेयर करते हुए मैं मेरे तरफ से आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अभी दिवाली आ रही है, दिवाली में तो आपका जेम्सम ज्वेलरी का बिजनेस तो बहुत ही चलेगा। लास्ट 2 साल को तो शायद कम हो सकता है, लेकिन दिस ईयर द बिजनेस इज़ डूइंग वेल। सो दिवाली के लिए मैं आपको और आपके बिजनेस को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए मैं मेरे वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आई थिंक आपका सपोर्ट रहेगा तो जैसे कहा कि सबने मिलजुल कर आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, तो आपके सपोर्ट के साथ आई एम श्योर सब साथ में आगे बिल्कुल बढ़ेंगे। And now we come to the conclusion of this. So I would like to invite GJEPC Vice Chairman Kirat Bhansali to give the vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Good evening. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, Sri Bhagwat Singh Karad sir, who's gracious present here today. He has accepted our invitation in a very short time. Sir, we are very thankful for accepting and coming here today. I would like to thank our Chairman Sri Vipul Shah and BITC Convener Sonak Parikh for giving an overview of the industry and the future course of action that need to be taken to achieve the goals. Thank you, Som Sundaran ji, Regional CEO, World Gold Council, for sharing your importance on the gold industry. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our sponsors who have helped us successfully organizing this summit today here in St. Regis Hotel. This edition of Banking Summit is powered by World Gold Council in association with Indian Bank. Thank you to our co-partners for the summit, ECG, Alliance Insurance, Deal, Green Lab, Malka Amit, and Yes Bank. As we conclude this inaugural session, the upcoming session will throw more lights on matter of concern and offer a way forward to the industry. Last but not the least, I would like to thank you, the media, who are present here to cover the event. सम्माननीय केंद्रीय वित्त राज्य मंत्री महोदय ने इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित रहकर हमें बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन दिया है। आपका सतत शब्द धन्यवाद करते हुए मुझे गर्व महसूस होता है। आप हमारी इंडस्ट्री में पहली बार आए, आपका दिल से स्वागत है और हमारे चेयरमैन द्वारा रखे गए और BITC कन्वीनर द्वारा रखे गए जो प्रश्न इंडस्ट्री के साथ समाधान की हमें आपसे अपेक्षा है। बहुत जल्द आपने जो आश्वस्त किया है अपकमिंग ज्वेलरी पार्क के लिए, बैंक से कुछ मदद लगेगी, कस्टम रिलेटेड जो इश्यूज़ है उसमें भी आपने हमें आश्वासन का मदद करने का आश्वासन दिया है। मैं और चेयरमैन जैसे आपने बताया बहुत ही जल्द आपसे दिल्ली में मुलाकात करेंगे। फिर से दिल से धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to also invite on stage Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, Executive Director, GJEPC, and Mr. Ajesh Mehta, Co-Convener, BITC, GJEPC, to join us for taking a group photograph. Thank you so much to everyone on the stage present over here, especially to our Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Mr. Dr. Karar. A huge round of applause for him for being here with us. Thank you. So now we move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is a special session on financial technology. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Achal Mittal, co-founder Liqui Loans. Mr. Achal Mittal is the founder of Liqui Loans, which is funded by Matrix Partners and Cred. The company is a peer-to-peer lending platform financing into healthcare, education, jewelries, etc. And prior to starting Liqui Loans, Achal Mittal had founded Rento Mojo, which is a furniture and appliance rental platform valued at USD 200 million. So huge round of applause. Let's welcome Achal Mittal.
Thank you guys for inviting me and helping me present my views on how FinTech can help gems and jewelry clients to further enhance their business. I'll first give a brief introduction about myself and Liqui Loans. So before founding Liqui Loans, I had started Rento Mojo, which is a rental company, and Liqui Loans is a financing company. So we have transitioned from rental of products, including jewelry products, to now financing them. So like I told you, Liqui Loans is funded by Cred and Matrix Partners. We are currently valued at around $200 million. We work with various healthcare providers, universities, schools, insurance providers, builders, consumer durable companies, and jewelers to provide consumer and working capital loans. Since we are at the JEPC event, I'll focus on how FinTech can and is helping contributing to the gems and jewelry sector more particularly. So I think two of the multiple issues which the industry is facing are the follows, right? One is the consumer affordability in purchasing this jewelry from the retail brands, right? You would see multiple consumers getting easy finance from likes of Bajaj, HDFCs, etc. for consumer durables. You would not see that much of financing available for jewelry, particularly the diamond jewelry. So FinTechs and Liqui Loans in FinTechs is helping improve that affordability for consumers. A consumer can go to a brand and purchase jewelry on financing in approximately 5 minutes, right? And this is all possible because we have integrated with multiple databases which include CKYC database, PAN database, Aadhaar database, bureaus, account aggregators, etc. Right? So with just the phone number of a consumer, we can get to know the salary of the consumer, the bureau details of the consumer, his permanent address, his current address, his phone number, etc. And erstwhile, where the banks used to take 2 to 3 days to fund such a consumer for purchase of jewelry, this is getting financed in flat 5 to 10 minutes, right? And because of this increase in affordability, we have seen business grow by at least 1.5 to 2 times for some of the brands where we are working with. And that's the beauty of fintech, right? Without any branch presence, without any physical footprints, just basis the digital footprint, where the fintechs are able to solve the problem of affordability for most of the sectors, including the gems and jewelry sector. The second problem which I have seen is obviously the problem of working capital loans being accessible to wholesale brands who are supplying jewelry to retail brands, but their working capital gets stuck because they probably are giving it on a 2 to 3 months credit period. What we are essentially doing is we are listing their accepted invoices which the retail brand is accepting on our platform, and they're getting working capital loans in like 10 to 15 minutes at max. This is how it usually works. We do a quick verification of the business and cash flow and give money against the unpaid invoices. The beauty of this essentially is that it's a crowdfunding platform which is registered by RBI or with RBI essentially, right? So it's basically individuals who are looking for better alternate investment opportunities. These are the guys who are funding these invoices, which essentially means that the rate of interest for wholesale businesses trying to solve their working capital problems is much, much lesser than probably NBFCs or even banks. This is how we do it for the lenders. They're getting better returns than debt products, but lower returns than probably equity returns, and they're looking for someone who's looking for stable returns, invest in these discounting platforms. Overall, we have disbursed close to around 8,000 crores, and our book size would be in excess of 4,000 crores currently. And that's how much we have grown. And this is how the dashboard looks for a lender who is discounting invoices or giving loans to consumers for solving the problem of affordability, right? And this is probably one of the easiest alternate ways for wholesale businesses also to access funds using fintechs like liquid loans. So we hope to work with multiple jewelry brands on both the retail as well as wholesale side, and hopefully solve the problem of working capital as well as affordability of their consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Achal. And since you're here with us, we would really like to thank you for your presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Ajesh Mehta, co-convener BITC GJEPC, to please appreciate Achal with a token of appreciation and a memento. Thank you so much. And now we'll be taking a quick 15-minute break for high tea. Let me be very precise that it's just going to be a 15-minute break because there are a lot of panel discussions that we are going to do. A lot of guests are also there, a lot of speakers. So we'll all see you in another 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm sure you all had a great high tea, must have enjoyed your tea and your snacks. But now it's time to enjoy some amazing presentations and discussions that we are going to have for you. So for our next session, which is on expanding the bullion ecosystem for gem and jewelry sector, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ashok Kumar Gautam, Managing Director and CEO, IIBX. Mr. Gautam is the first Managing Director and CEO of India International Bullion Exchange IFSC Limited at GIFT City. He joined IIBX in his present leadership role in February 2022. With a huge round of applause, please welcome him on stage.
Good evening, namaskar, kem cho? This is fine? English, Hindi, Gujarati? Hindi? Mix? चलेगा? Okay. मेरे को 15 मिनट दिए गए हैं. Let's try to make these 15 minutes the most worthwhile 15 minutes for you. Let's do it. So topic आज हमको जो मिला है IIBX and expanding the bullion ecosystem for gems and jewelry sector. मेरा आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है जितना भी ज्ञान आप प्राप्त करें कृपया अपने फ्रेंड्स को जो बाहर हैं या जो अपने कलीग्स हैं जो नहीं आ पाए हैं उनको ज़रूर बताइएगा और प्लीज़ आस्क देम टू गो थ्रू माय वेबसाइट जिसका एड्रेस दिया गया होगा. मेरा कार्ड मैं अभी आप सबको दूंगा आके. तो प्लीज़ रीच आउट टू अस. इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज आप सबके लिए खोला गया है और सरकार की तरफ से पहली पहल है जो कि माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर जी ने बजट में अनाउंस किया था 2 साल पहले और 29 जुलाई को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज का गिफ्ट सिटी में खुद आके लॉन्च किया था. तो ये एक्सचेंज आप सभी के लिए बना गया है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि जैसे जैसे आप इसके बारे में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जानेंगे और जुड़ेंगे इसके बेनिफिट्स आपको रियली अट्रैक्ट करेंगे कि आप और आपके कलीग्स IIBX के साथ जुड़ते जाएं. So let's see what we have to offer you. Who's who of the industry? BSc through India NX and India ICC, NSC, MCX, CDSL and NSDL. ये सभी नाम से आप वाकिफ़ हैं, ये सभी हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स हैं और ये लिस्ट अभी बढ़ती चली जाएगी. स्लोली यू विल फील नेक्स्ट टाइम जब आपसे मिलूंगा तो ये लिस्ट में काफ़ी नाम और जुड़ चुके होंगे. ये एक हमने इवोल्यूशन ऑफ IIBX बताया है पर ज़्यादा इसमें नहीं जाते हैं. 2 इंपॉर्टेंट माइलस्टोन मैंने आपको बता दिए थे. फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर जी ने जब बजट में इसको अनाउंस किया था और उसके बाद मोदी जी ने जब इसको लॉन्च किया उसके बाद से काफ़ी एक्टिविटीज़ बढ़ गई हैं लेकिन अभी सिर्फ शुरुआत है. जैसा मैं अभी सबको बोलता हूँ कि ये स्टेज अभी भी ऐसी है जब हम अभी खेत को तैयार कर रहे हैं. फसल आएगी, बहुत अच्छी फसल आएगी और सालों साल ये फसल आप सभी का बेनिफिट करती जाएगी. जो कनक है ना, कनक की तरह से सोना, कनक, गोल्ड, तो उस तरह की फसल आएगी एंड आई एम श्योर यू ऑल विल गेट बेनिफिट आउट ऑफ इट. ये इकोसिस्टम में सिर्फ 2 चीज़ें और बताना चाहूँगा कि इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज एक एक्सचेंज है, उसी के साथ हमारे पास इंडिया इंटरनेशनल डिपॉजिटरी है क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो भी गोल्ड आपको मिलेगा एक्सचेंज के थ्रू वो एक्सचेंज पे BDR के फॉर्म में ट्रेड होता है जिसको बोलते हैं बुलियन डिपॉजिटरी रिसीट. और वो बुलियन डिपॉजिटरी रिसीट इंडिया इंटरनेशनल डिपॉजिटरी IFSC लिमिटेड में आपके डीमेट अकाउंट में क्रेडिट रहती है. बाकी डिटेल्स आपको और मिलती चली जाएंगी लेकिन अभी थोड़ा और समझते हैं हम यहाँ पे हमारे पास क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं करने के लिए. 3 वॉल्ट्स हमारे पास गिफ्ट सिटी में बने हैं जहाँ पे गोल्ड अभी रखा गया है, बाद में सिल्वर रखा जाएगा और शुरू में जो गोल्ड की ट्रेडिंग है उसके लिए 2 वॉल्ट अभी रेडी हो चुके हैं, तीसरे वॉल्ट को परमिशन मिलने वाली है. आज की तारीख में वॉल्ट्स गिफ्ट सिटी में है लेकिन अभी हमारा जो प्लान है गोइंग फॉरवर्ड वो बाकी SEZs ऑल ओवर इंडिया में भी उसको बढ़ाने का है ताकि आपके अपने पास के SEZ के वॉल्ट से गोल्ड आपको मिल सके. यहाँ पे सेटलमेंट डॉलर में होता है जिसके लिए जैसा हमारे पहले स्पीकर थे उन्होंने बताया था कि रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने DTA एरिया यानी कि डोमेस्टिक टैरिफ एरिया से डॉलर को आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए अप्रूवल दिया हुआ है, तो उसके लिए एक सर्कुलर है। चूंकि ये बैंकिंग समिट है तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, हमारे जो बैंक से लोग आए हैं, अभी भी काफ़ी ब्रांचेस जो थोड़ा सा रिमोट हैं लेकिन वो ऑथराइज डीलर ब्रांचेस हैं, उनको अभी भी फुल डिटेल्स नहीं पता हैं। तो मेरा आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि कृपया जो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सर्कुलर है वो सुनिश्चित करें कि जो आपकी एडी ब्रांचेस हैं उनके पास वो सर्कुलर रहे, जिससे कि जो गोल्ड लेना चाहते हैं IBX के थ्रू उनको डॉलर भेजने में कोई समस्या ना हो। बट इन एनी केस वी आर एंगेज विद द बैंक्स एंड banks have been assuring us that in a very quick turnaround time, right from rupee to dollar conversion, the dollar will be credited to IBX clearing account so that you can trade. एक और चीज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे पूरे इकोसिस्टम में जो बुलियन डिपॉजिटरी रिसीट है उसका 1-to-1 कॉन्ग्रुएंस है विद द बुलियन बार। इसका क्या मीनिंग है मैं बता देता हूं कि जब BDR बनती है तो उसमें जो गोल्ड बार आ रही है हमारे पास इंपोर्ट होके, उस गोल्ड बार की पूरी डिटेल्स इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली कैप्चर होती है। BDR इज नथिंग बट अ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिसीट। और जब तक ये इकोसिस्टम में हमारे पास वो बार है और वो BDR है, ये कॉन्ग्रुएंस चेंज नहीं होती है। सो दैट मीन्स यू कैन ऑलवेज बी एश्योर्ड कि आपके अकाउंट में जो BDR जमा है उसके पीछे एक गोल्ड बार है जो कि आइडेंटिफाइड है। इट इज नॉट अ पेपर गोल्ड, it is a BDR backed by gold in the vault of IFSCA approved vault managers. आज की तारीख में हमारे पास 3 वॉल्ट्स हैं, सीक्वल का है जिनका लूमिस के साथ है टाई अप, ब्रिंक्स का है और मलकामित का है। मलकामित शायद इस बार यहाँ स्पॉन्सर भी हैं। डिसइंटरमीडिएशन, ये पॉइंट मैं थोड़ा बताना चाहूंगा। पहली बार आप सभी को मीन्स जो क्वालिफाई करते हैं, देयर इज अ टर्म कॉल्ड क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर्स जिसके लिए कुछ रिक्वायरमेंट हैं। अगर आप क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर्स के लिए क्वालिफाइड हैं तो आपको पहली बार सरकार की तरफ से ये सहूलियत दी गई है कि आप गोल्ड का इंपोर्ट डायरेक्टली इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज के थ्रू कर सकते हैं। दिस इज अ डिसइंटरमीडिएशन। अनदर थिंग, ट्रांसपेरेंसी। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग है तो जो प्राइस दिख रहा है वही प्राइस आपको मिलेगा। डेमोक्रेटिक प्राइस, अगर आपको 1 किलो लेना है तो जो प्राइस दिख रहा है वो 1 किलो लीजिए, वो जो प्राइस दिख रहा है उस पर आपको 10 किलो लेना है 10 किलो लीजिए, 50 लेना है 100 लेना है। जिस तरह से किसी भी प्राइस पे आप शेयर खरीदने जाते हैं और वो प्राइस अगर किसी को 1 शेयर के लिए अवेलेबल है या 1000 शेयर के लिए अवेलेबल है, उसी तरह से वो ही गोल्ड का प्राइस आपको अवेलेबल है। तो ये बेनिफिट्स हैं इसके। ईज ऑफ बिजनेस, आज की तारीख में 9 बजे से 5:30 बजे तक हमारे यहाँ आप गोल्ड खरीद सकते हैं। गोइंग फॉरवर्ड 22 घंटे की सुविधा होगी। और ईज ऑफ बिजनेस इसलिए क्योंकि आपके डेस्कटॉप पे आप उसको ट्रेड करके गोल्ड खरीद सकते हैं। और गोल्ड खरीद किस पे सकते हैं? आप अपने प्राइस पे खरीद सकते हैं। पहली बार आपको सहूलियत दी गई है कि यू कैन प्लेस योर बिड ऑन द ट्रेडिंग सिस्टम। सिमिलरली जिसका ऑफर होगा, जो बेचना चाहता है उसका ऑफर होगा, अगर आपका और उसका प्राइस मिल गया ट्रेड हो जाएगा। अगर नहीं भी मिला तो वो देखेगा कि बाई साइड पे बहुत सारे लोग खड़े हैं एक पर्टिकुलर प्राइस पे, तो वो उस प्राइस तक नीचे लेके आएगा और बेच देगा। यही सरकार की तरफ से, और मोदी जी ने भी एक जब विजन लिया था गिफ्ट सिटी का, तो उनका ये कहना था कि वेरियस कमोडिटीज में इंडिया जहां पे एक बहुत बड़ा कंज्यूमर है, तो इंडिया शुड बी अ प्राइस इन्फ्लुएंसर एंड मे बी गोइंग फॉरवर्ड अ प्राइस सेटर। तो लार्ज नंबर ऑफ बायर्स अगर आएंगे तो ऑब्वियसली सेलर्स विल बी इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द प्राइस विच द बायर्स आर शोइंग। ओके, नाउ लेट्स कम टू इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल। एक और चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि आज की तारीख में जो भी गोल्ड आता है वो कंसाइनमेंट मॉडल पे आता है। उसमें 30 दिन का टाइम पीरियड बिल्ट इन है, जिसमें उसकी इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट वगैरह बिल्ट इन है। यहाँ पे जस्ट इन टाइम है, आपको जितना चाहिए 2 किलो आपको चाहिए, कल आपको अंदाजा है आपको कल 2 चाहिए, किसी दिन 1 चाहिए, किसी दिन 4 चाहिए, आप उतना ले सकते हैं। आप अपना डॉलर भेजिए, ट्रेड करिए और गोल्ड आपके पास नेक्स्ट डे तक डिलीवर हो जाएगा। अभी मैं नेक्स्ट डे बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि गोइंग फॉरवर्ड हम ऐसी प्रक्रिया करने जा रहे हैं कि राइट फ्रॉम रुपी टू डॉलर कन्वर्जन टू बीडीआर क्रेडिट इन योर अकाउंट, दैट विल बी डन इन 4 hours। एंड व्हेन आई एम सेइंग इट, आई एम स्टिकिंग माय नेक आउट। मैं अभी मनीषा जी को यह बता रहा था कि पिछले शुक्रवार को हमने डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट किया, गोल्ड आया 100 किलो, बुलियन डिपॉजिट रिसीट बनी, सुबह रुपी डॉलर कन्वर्जन हुआ फ्राइडे को, डॉलर आया, डॉलर साइट हुआ, ट्रेडिंग हुई, बिड और आस्क मैच हुआ। अभी की तारीख में शाम को क्लियरिंग है 6 से 9, पर हमने उसको सब सेट किया हुआ था, तो 6 बजे ठीक फाइल्स ट्रांसफर हुई, सेलर के अकाउंट से बायर के अकाउंट में बीडीआर गई, बीडीआर एक्सटिंग्विशमेंट रिक्वेस्ट दी गई, बिल ऑफ एंट्री सेम डे फाइल हो गई। तो सेम डे वी कुड डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट, गोल्ड आया, डॉलर आया, ट्रेड हुआ, डॉलर डीटीए के लिए निकला और सामने वाली पार्टी के लिए डॉलर रिलीज हो गया एक दिन के अंदर। आप लोगों के लिए गोल्ड देने के लिए यह प्रक्रिया 4 घंटे में हम लोग करने वाले हैं। इसकी डिटेल्स और बाद में दी जाएंगी। इसमें ज्यादा नहीं जाते हैं, सिर्फ क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर्स पे जाएंगे क्योंकि वो ही आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो लेट अस सी, ये प्रोसेस मैं ऑलरेडी बता चुका हूं। फिजिकल गोल्ड बीडीआर फॉर्म में बनेगा, बीडीआर की ट्रेडिंग होगी और शाम को जब प्राइस मैच हो गया दिन में, तो शाम को बीडीआर आपके अकाउंट में चली जाएगी। आप उसको फिजिकल गोल्ड में कन्वर्ट करके इंडिया में ले जा सकते हैं। इंडिया मतलब डीटी एरिया में, वी आर इन इंडिया ओनली। आज की तारीख में मेरे पास 1 किलो का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है 995 का, 999 का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है और अभी हमने यूएई गुड डिलीवरी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी लॉन्च किया है 1 किलो का 995 का। दिस इज एसेंशियली टू गिव बेनिफिट टू द टीआरक्यू होल्डर्स जो इंडिया यूएई सेपा में 1% ड्यूटी डिस्काउंट पे गोल्ड इंपोर्ट करने के लिए डीजीएफटी ने जिनको ऑथराइजेशन दिया है। फ्लो ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज में आपको बता चुका हूं, ये रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं। मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है मेरे बैंकर्स भाइयों से, मैं भी खुद बैंकर रहा हूं, प्लीज एंश्योर कीजिए कि आपकी जितनी भी एडी ब्रांचेस हैं उनके पास ये इंस्ट्रक्शंस अवेलेबल हो, ताकि हमारे क्वालिफाइड ज्वेलर्स भाई बहन उनको कोई तकलीफ ना हो किसी भी तरह से डॉलर को रेमिट करने में IIBX को। बेनिफिट्स टू द ज्वेलरी इंडस्ट्री इन इंडिया, लोअरिंग ऑफ बुलियन इंपोर्ट कॉस्ट, ऐसा हमारा विश्वास है एंड दिस हैज बीन प्रूव्ड। अभी छोटा नंबर है, हमें आप हंसेंगे अगर मैं कहूंगा अभी 231 किलो की ट्रेडिंग हो चुकी है। ये शुरुआत है। पहले 100 किलो की ट्रेडिंग होने में 18 अप्रैल से ट्रायल रन शुरू हुआ था, फिर मोदी जी का इनॉग्रेशन 29 जुलाई को, उसके बाद 15 दिन पहले 100 किलो तक पहुंचे थे, लेकिन अगला 100 किलो हम 7 दिन में पहुंच गए। तो ये धीरे धीरे नंबर बहुत बड़ा होता चला जाएगा। अभी मिनिस्टर साहब आए थे, कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर साहब श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, उन्होंने ये अनाउंस किया था गिफ्ट सिटी में कि गवर्नमेंट का ये मंशा है कि यूएई सेपा का जितना भी गोल्ड है जो 1% ड्यूटी डिस्काउंट पे है वो IIBX के थ्रू आए। उस पर काम चल रहा है और बहुत जल्दी वो नोटिफिकेशंस आ जाएंगे। तो मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग आप IIBX के साथ जुड़िए, फ़ायदा ही फ़ायदा है। कितने मिनट बचे हैं भाई साहब? एक और चीज़ बताता हूं, आज की तारीख में गोल्ड मेटल लोन के लिए बैंक्स हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उससे भी थोड़ा और बेहतर काम करेंगे। मैंने कहा था ना 15 मिनट में कितने फ़ायदे की चीज़ें हैं वो बताता हूं। पहला, जब प्राइस डिस्कवरी होगी वहाँ पे होपफुली वी बिलीव यू विल गेट अ बेटर प्राइस। सेकेंड, गोल्ड मेटल लोन प्रोडक्ट जो हम लेके आएंगे उसमें भी बिड और आस्क मैच करने की सुविधा होगी। दैट मीन्स आप गोल्ड को लोन में किस रेट पे लेना चाहते हैं वो भी सुविधा आपको उपलब्ध होगी और वो जो मैचिंग हो जाएगा तो उस रेट पे आपको गोल्ड मेटल लोन मिल सकेगा। ऐसा प्लान है, इस पे काम चल रहा है। एक और प्रपोजल है जिसमें जो एक्सपोर्टर्स भाइयों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है समझना, प्रपोजल फॉर एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ बुलियन बार्स फ्रॉम इंडिया थ्रू IIBX इकोसिस्टम। ये थोड़ा सा लंबी बैटल है, इतनी जल्दी नहीं होगा, लेकिन इस पे अगर काम हुआ तो 25,000 टन से लेके आज 27,000 टन बोला गया, इतना गोल्ड पड़ा है। उस गोल्ड को मोनेटाइज करके सिंपल सा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज कितना भी अर्न किया जा सकता है अगर बुलियन बार से एक पर्टिकुलर स्टैंडर्ड की बनाई गई जिसको इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी हो। and IIBX is a perfect channel to ensure the export of those bars in a very proper manner. ये 4 घंटे की कहानी मैंने सुना दी। अगली एक और चीज बताता हूं कि इंडिया में गोल्ड स्पॉट एक्सचेंज बन रहे हैं। BSE का ऑलरेडी परमिशन आ गया है, वहां पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गोल्ड रिसीट के फॉर्म में ट्रेडिंग होगी। हम काम कर रहे हैं इन तीनों एक्सचेंजेस के साथ, NSE, BSE और MCX के साथ, कि जो BDR टू EGR वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली बन जाए। दैट मीन्स वहां पे अगर किसी ने खरीदा है गोल्ड हमसे जो इंपोर्ट होके आया है और उसको वो डोमेस्टिक स्पॉट एक्सचेंज में आगे बेचना चाहते हैं, तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म में BDR से EGR बन जाए, ताकि दोबारा से वो मशक्कत ना करनी पड़े और हमारे वॉल्ट से यहाँ के वॉल्ट में सिक्योर्ड वे में वो ट्रांसफर हो जाएगा, ऑफ कोर्स आफ्टर पेइंग कस्टम्स ड्यूटी एंड GST। सो व्हाई यू शुड कम ऑन IIBX? many of the things I have told you. क्या चीज नहीं बताया वो मैं देख लेता हूं। I think everything I have told you. The only thing which I am trying to tell you here is like this. एक AD लेटर, जिसको ऑथराइज डीलर लेटर बोलते हैं, जब भी आपको हमसे इंपोर्ट करना है हमारे यहाँ से, आपको हमारे यहाँ से एक AD लेटर लेना पड़ता है। उसका प्रोसेस बहुत सिंपल है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली आपको हमको इन्फॉर्म करना पड़ता है। हम एक डिजिटली साइंड लेटर देते हैं जो आप अपने बैंक को देते हैं, जिसके बेसिस पे वो डॉलर को रेमिट कर सकेंगे। RBI ने 11 दिन का टाइम दिया है डॉलर एडवांस को भेज के आपको टाइम पूरा करने के लिए इंपोर्ट के। सो दैट मीन्स अगर आपने 1 तारीख को डॉलर भेज दिया तो 11 तारीख तक आपको गोल्ड का बिल ऑफ एंट्री फाइल करके ले जाना है DT एरिया में, या अगर आपने गोल्ड नहीं खरीदा है तो 11 दिन के अंदर वो डॉलर को वापस करना है अपने AD बैंक के खाते में। ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज हो गई। अपफ्रंट प्रीमियम आजकल आपको पहले से देना पड़ता है, कस्टम्स ड्यूटी पहले से जमा करनी पड़ती है, वहां पे देन एंड देयर कीजिए। जस्ट इन टाइम इज द कॉन्सेप्ट विच वी आर ट्राइंग टू प्रमोट। वॉल्टिंग एंड 22 घंटे की बात मैंने ऑलरेडी बोल दी, और TRQ होल्डर्स के लिए भी मैंने बात बता दी। गोल्ड मेटल लोन बता दिया, ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म। लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, एक्सट्रीमली लो चार्जेस पर केजी $12, ट्रॉय आउंस के बेसिस पे 40 सेंट कॉस्ट है हमारे इकोसिस्टम की। एनीवे वो आप लोगों को बहुत फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, सब बड़े बड़े लोग हैं। मल्टीपल सेंटर्स की बात मैंने बोली है, इस पे काम चल रहा है। शीघ्र ही आप कुछ अनाउंसमेंट सुनेंगे, तब तक के लिए हम बोलेंगे वॉच दिस स्पेस। बेनिफिट्स टू द बैंक्स, बिकॉज बैंक्स भाई यहाँ बैठे हैं, वो सब नाराज हो रहे हैं कि ये क्या हो रहा है। एक सवाल भी पूछा गया था कि साहब बैंकर्स को नाराजगी हो जाएगी। कोई नाराजगी नहीं होगी, हम सब साथ साथ ही काम कर रहे हैं, इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को इंप्रूव करना है। तो जो AD बैंक्स हैं, AD ऑथराइज डीलर बैंक्स हैं, उनका थ्रू फॉरेक्स रेमिटेंस आ सकता है। रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने परमिट किया है कि जो इंडियन IBUs हैं गिफ्ट IFSC में, वो प्रोफेशनल क्लियरिंग मेंबर बन सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी एक बैंक बन चुका है, बाकी एक बैंक का परमिशन RBI से आने वाला है, और भी बैंक्स पाइपलाइन में हैं। तो बैंक्स आपको प्रोफेशनल क्लियरिंग मेंबर की भी सहूलियत दे सकते हैं। ये अभी छोड़ देते हैं। एक चीज़ है, बिफोर थैंक यू पे आते हैं। सब्यसाची जी ने मुझे पहले भी बोला था कि 2 चीज़ें हमेशा समझना है, और जिसको मैं आपको प्रॉमिस करता हूँ IIBX विल वर्क ऑन इट। सब्यसाची जी ने कहा कि एक्सपोर्टर्स को कैसे फ़ायदा होगा IIBX के, उसका मैं बताता हूँ। अगर आपकी 25 करोड़ से ऊपर की नेटवर्थ है तो आप डायरेक्ट एक्सपोर्ट का गोल्ड वहां से ले सकते हैं, ऑफ कोर्स अपना BG वगैरह देके कस्टम्स को। दूसरा, जो MSME है, अगर उनको TRQ मिला हुआ है तो IIBX का जैसे ही वो हमारा नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा तो आप IIBX के थ्रू MSME भी गोल्ड ले सकता है। अब रही तीसरी चीज कि अगर MSME ऑल ओवर इंडिया फैले हुए हैं तो कैसे गोल्ड मिलेगा। चिंता नहीं करिए, जो हमारे वॉल्टिंग पार्टनर्स हैं उनकी लॉजिस्टिक सर्विसेज हैं, और वो उनका एश्योरेंस है कि आज का जो ट्रेड है अगले दिन सुबह 9 बजे तक आप जहां पे भी होंगे वहां पे गोल्ड पहुंच जाएगा। अगर एयरलाइन कनेक्टिविटी है, एयरलाइन कनेक्टिविटी से आप कहीं फर्दर हैं तो 9 बजे सुबह तक वहां, और उसके बाद 1-2 घंटे में आपके पास गोल्ड पहुंच जाएगा। एक और चीज जो पूछी गई, जिसका अभी मेरे पास कोई आंसर नहीं है, मैं एडमिट कर रहा हूं, कि जो छोटे एक्सपोर्टर हैं उनको कैसे मिलेगा। उस पर हम GJEPC के साथ काम करेंगे। विल वर्क आउट ऑन सम प्लान एंड विल कम बैक टू यू। आज की तारीख में दिमाग में कुछ चीजें हैं, लेकिन वो बोलना ठीक नहीं है। वंस वी फर्म अप अवर प्लान्स और गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ अप्रूवल मिलता है तो जो छोटे एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं उनको कैसे बेनिफिट होगा IBX के थ्रू, उस पर भी काम किया जाएगा. तो आई होप दिस 15 minutes are worth your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I would like to request Mr. Sabyasachi Ray, Executive Director, GJEPC, to please felicitate with a memento. Thank you so much. All right, now after this we begin with our next panel discussion, and it is on empowering MSMEs. I would like to invite our first panelist on stage, Mr. Gaurav Goyal, Country Head, Emerging Local Corporates, Yes Bank. Gaurav Goyal, a career banker, country head of mid-market group Yes Bank Limited, with an added responsibility of managing specialized segments like gem, jewelry, media, entertainment, and e-commerce business. A huge round of applause for him. Next, we have Mr. Manish Jivani, partner Anand International. He's a partner at Anand International and has been associated with the gem and jewelry industry for over 2 decades, especially the diamond industry. Next, we have Mr. Mansukh Kothari, partner Vasupati Jewellers. He is a first-generation jeweler and founder of Vasupati Jewellers. He was recently convener of Events Committee at GJEPC. Next, we have Mr. Ketan Gaikwad, Managing Director and CEO, Receivables Exchange of India Limited. He is a seasoned banker with a career spanning over 29 years. Then we have Mr. N.S. Deora, DGM, Mumbai North Head, Bank of India. Mr. Deora has a vast banking experience of more than 3 decades and has dealt mainly with MSMEs and export houses. Mr. Rahul Guha, Director and Head of Ratings, Mid Corporates Group, Crystal Ratings Limited. Rahul Guha leads the Mid Corporate Ratings Analytical Division at Crystal Ratings Limited. He is responsible for analytical execution, managing client relationships, and enhancing Crystal's franchise through thought, leadership, and outreach. And to moderate this discussion, we have with us Manisha Gupta, Editor, Commodities and Currencies, CNBC TV 18. Manisha is an editor and commodities currencies for CNBC TVC 18. She is the only credible face on Indian media who covers domestic and global commodities and currencies. She has been following this space for over more than a decade now. So over to you, Manisha, and a huge round of applause for all the panelists over here.
Thank you so much. As was said earlier as well, that we're meeting after 3 years, and it almost feels like being among friends again. I mean, I know we've been attending Banking Summit via CNBC forever, I think since it started, so it's great to be back here. You know, when you talk about MSMEs, and I'm very glad to have this panel here because it couldn't get better than this, because we are basically representing MSMEs, bankers, rating agencies, all of that really matters within the economy of MSMEs here. And I'm a big fan of numbers, and I was listening to the minister when he said that 7% of GDP comes in from this space, 7 million jobs come in from here, and he basically ranted on with numbers. 7,000 exporters are here. So yes, there were a lot of numbers being said. So my first question is to you, Manish Bhai. How many MSMEs do we have within the jewelry sector, and what have you seen in sense of growth here?
हेलो, थैंक यू मनीषा जी, और आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. MSME प्लेइंग अ बिग रोल, क्योंकि आज भी देखेंगे कि इन टर्म्स ऑफ डायमंड, स्मॉल डायमंड, ऑल मैन्युफैक्चरर आर SMEs. और हमारे जो काउंसिल के मेंबर है उसमें भी 80% मेंबर आर SMEs. और नॉट ओनली डायमंड, कलर जेम स्टोन और ज्वेलरी सेगमेंट में भी MSME का ही रोल बड़ा है, क्योंकि जो भी बड़े प्लेयर है वो मोस्टली सॉलिटायर फील्ड में है, यानी इन टर्म्स ऑफ डायमंड के ही मेजर प्लेयर है जो लार्ज स्केल में आते हैं। और मुझे अभी जो एसएमई का इम्पोर्टेंस बिग प्लेयर में दिखा है, लाइक तनिष्क, अभी तनिष्क ने सूरत में सोर्सिंग के लिए ऑफिस शुरू किया। कुछ ज्वेलरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सोर्सिंग और डायमंड ट्रेडिंग सोर्सिंग के लिए सूरत में उन्होंने ऑफिस शुरू किया। ये दिखाता है कि भाई एमएसएमई का इम्पोर्टेंस क्या है। और दूसरा, रिसेंटली एक सूरत ज्वेलरी एसोसिएशन ने अमेरिका के शो ऑर्गेनाइजर के साथ टाई अप करके जो मोस्टली एसएमई मैन्युफैक्चरर है उसके लिए वहाँ शो एग्जीबिशन में पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए स्पेशली वीज़ा का सपोर्ट दिया। और आज यूएस वीज़ा में 2 साल लग रहे हैं, ये हफ्ते में उनको अपॉइंटमेंट मिल गया और मेरी एक कंपनी का एम्प्लॉय है उनको वीज़ा भी अप्रूव हो गया। तो आप मान के चलो कि एसएमई की वैल्यूज़ नॉट इन इंडिया ग्लोबली है और उसके बिना इस इंडस्ट्री की कल्पना करना भी मुश्किल है मेरे हिसाब से।
तो हम क्या चैलेंजेस की बात कर रहे हैं?
चैलेंजेस है, बड़ी चैलेंजेस है। चैलेंजेस की बात करें तो वो अनऑर्गेनाइज है इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोफेशनलिज्म, सप्लाई चेन का इन टर्म्स ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल। आज डायमंड की बात करें, अभी तक तो सारे हमारे जो प्रिवेंटिव जो स्पीकर थे उन्होंने गोल्ड की भी बात की और हमारे काफ़ी सारे ज्वेलरी मैन्युफैक्चर हु इज़ द एक्सपोर्टिंग, उसको गोल्ड लेने भी काफ़ी दिक्कत आ रही है और कभी स्मूथ हो जाता है फिर चैनल डिस्टर्ब होती है। सेम वे कलर जेमस्टोन भी हम इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट है। एक कंसिस्टेंट सप्लाई चेन डायमंड और कलर जेमस्टोन रॉ मटेरियल में नहीं है फॉर एसएमई। सबके लिए नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं कह रहा हूँ। बिग प्लेयर के लिए तो एवरी मंथ एलोकेशन सिस्टम है। एसएमई हमेशा टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट करता है और उसको उसमें क्या चैलेंज आती है, उनकी जो एक्सपर्टीज है उसका रॉ मटेरियल उसको कंसिस्टेंटली मंथली मिलेगा वो गारंटेड नहीं है। उसके लिए हमने काउंसिल में भी एक इनिशिएट लिया है। हम माइनर से बात कर रहे हैं कि एसएमई के लिए स्पेशली साइड हो। उसका भी माइनरों का चैलेंज है कि काफ़ी सारे कंप्लायंसेस है जो एसएमई फिलअप नहीं कर सकती है। इसके लिए हमने एक अलग से कंसोर्टियम सेट किया है। आप उसको रफ दो, आपके स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से हम एलोकेट करेंगे माइक्रो, स्मॉल और मीडियम। एसएमई का चैलेंज यही है, जब बड़े प्लेयर इतने एम्बिशंस होते हैं और डेडिकेटेड होते हैं तो एक स्टेज के बाद उसको ग्रो करने के स्कोप काफ़ी मिल जाते हैं। जैसे साइड होल्डर बन गए तो उसके पास पूरा क्लियर विजन है कि मेरे ये आर्टिकल है और ये मुझे मार्केट स्टडी करना है और लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए सस्टेनेबल मॉड्यूल सेट करना है। एसएमई के लिए ये नहीं है और एसएमई बड़ा तभी हो जाएगा जब एक स्टेज क्रॉस करेगा, तब उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है। तो हमको ये सुनिश्चित करना है कि उसकी रॉ मटेरियल सप्लाई चैनल कॉन्फिडेंशियल हो, कंसिस्टेंट हो। मैं ऑक्शन को डिनाइल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंसी डेवलप करने के लिए, एक्सपर्टीज डेवलप करने के लिए ये कंसिस्टेंसी सप्लाई चेन बहुत ज़रूरी है एसएमई के लिए। दूसरी भी काफ़ी चैलेंजेस है इन टर्म्स बैंकिंग सेमिनार है तो मैं उसमें ज़रूर कहूँगा। घनश्याम भाई ने भी उसके टाइम बताया कि एसएमई को 100% कोलेट्रल में मत लो, उनको भी थोड़ा आप लो कोलेट्रल में कंसिडर करो। मैं उसमें ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, आप बिग प्लेयर के साथ दे आर ऑल ऑर्गेनाइज सिस्टमेटिक है, लेकिन आप उसका रूट कोज देखेंगे, बिगिनिंग देखेंगे तो दे आर ऑल आर एसएमईज। यहाँ 50% से ज़्यादा प्लेयर ऐसे है कि वो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम माइक्रो से लेके आज लार्ज स्केल है, नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे है इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट। तो वो जो जर्नी उन्होंने तय की है तो ये एसएमईज में भी वही पोटेंशियल है। अगर हम थोड़ा हमारे सभी स्टेक होल्डर इन टर्म्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, बैंकर्स, एसएमई को एक अनऑर्गेनाइजर है, अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से है, थोड़ा एजुकेशनल इश्यूज है, तो उनको एज ए पार्टनर के लेवल से कंसीडर करे, उसको सिखाए और ऐसा मोटिवेशन भी सेट करे ताकि वो 100% कोलेट्रल से 50% और उनसे भी कम कोलेट्रल में कैसे काम
करें एब्सोल्युटली। जैसे आपने कहा कि चैलेंजेस यहाँ पर काफ़ी सारे हैं, ऑफ कोर्स इंडस्ट्री बहुत स्ट्रांग है और इसके काफ़ी सारे बेनिफिट्स भी यहाँ पर हैं और बहुत सारे लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑलरेडी हमने इस मार्केट से आते हुए देखे हैं। दिस वन इज़ टू यू मनसुख भाई, जैसे मनीष जी ने भी कहा कि एक कंसोर्शियम, एक काउंसिल के तौर पर अगर यहाँ पर काम किया जाए तो थिंग्स कैन गेट बेटर। सो एज अ काउंसिल, व्हाट इज इट दैट यू हैव पुट फोर्थ इन सेंस ऑफ बैंकर्स एंड रेगुलेटर्स?
So I've been associated with council for a decade, and through various platforms we are doing the MSME seminars and upgrading the knowledge of the small and medium manufacturers. And Manish Bhai was the convener for the MSME committee, and he's done a lot of work. And we also helping the government to draft a very favorable policy for the MSME, especially for our industry.
You know, when you look at MSMEs, and as Manish Bhai also pointed out, there are few wants or few asks that you have. One is, of course, infrastructure. Then it's about technology. It also is about funding, finance. That is the major one. And then, as Som was also adding, it's about ESG. It's about credit as well. So what fields do you see need to have been worked most on?
So I think the diamond and the gold are the higher commodity price. But if you see all the turnover, the bankers feel this MSME are big, but don't see on the turnover. So a 50, 100 turnover company, but they don't have equipped with all the, they are not equipped to do the licensing and do the compliance of the government and the agency. So I think the bank or the agencies or the government should look this industry into a different angle, and a special cell should be set up to see this kind of this industry.
So there are needs here as well. And Ketan, the next question is to you. How do you see these issues? And there are various things that you've been working on that as well. What is your sense on what really needs to be done in this area? What, as a receivable exchange, do you do? Do you also cater to exporters here?
Yeah, so I work for Receivables Exchange India Limited. It's a subsidiary of NSE, SIDBI, State Bank of India. So we have a receivables exchange. So it's a new concept. It's called TREDS. So TREDS is basically looking at financing the receivables. So normally what happens is when the MSMEs actually supply the goods or the materials to the large corporates, there is always an issue of the delayed payments. So the payments don't come in. So that's where we come in. So that's where we have the participants on the platform, which is the MSMEs, the large corporates or the corporates who are buying from the MSMEs, and the financiers. So what happens is when the MSMEs loads the invoices get accepted electronically, and there's a price discovery mechanism. So there is a bidding which happens, and there's normally the cost bearer or that particular transaction takes the cost. So normally what we have seen is this is different from the bill discounting, which is normally collateralized over here. So this is without recourse discounting. So that is the best part, because when you talk about the MSMEs, although the MSMED Act says that the MSME has to receive the payment in 45 days, it's normally not received. And if you look at the figures which are there, which have been rattled out, it comes to around 10.7 lakh crore, which is the delayed payments which has been stuck in the delayed payment system due to the corporates and the government's not paying. So the government is working towards it, and this is a platform which has started in the last 5 years. We have done financing of around, there are 3 platforms, 3 exchanges. We have done financing of 1 lakh crore. And the NPAs over there is not less than 500 crores, of which 300 crores pertains to one particular corporate over there. So what I'm trying to say over here is that this also can be a source of financing. This is a supply chain financing for the suppliers. If the MSMEs come and they supply to the large corporates, to the large buyers for them, then they can get without recourse financing. That is cash for them. And tomorrow if the buyer defaults, it's not their problem, it's the problem of the bank and the buyer. So that's what we are doing.
And how long have you been doing this? How many people are making use of this? And do you think that has improved matters?
Yeah, so this is a mandatory requirement. Actually, people should know that this is a mandatory requirement for the corporates above 500 crores turnover, that they have to get registered on the TREDS platform. Now, what happens in India is when the government issues a circular, people just look at the circular and say, okay, I have to get registered. I don't have to transact. So now the government is forcing them. So just as recently as yesterday, some MOE has been drafted by the government for the central PSUs, that they have to come. So the biggest culprit is, it's the government which is not paying, which is accepted the fact. There are corporates which are using these MSMEs as a bank. They don't pay, and they pay it only when they want to pay. And if there is any delay, they charge liquidated damages. So there are around, between the three platforms, we have around 2,500 buyers. The people eligible are around 4,500 buyers over there. We have around 30,000 MSMEs between the three platforms. On our platform, we have done financing for around 33,000 crores. So that is what it is. And the financing, if you look at it, if you compare it with the bill discounting, which normally happens with the collateral base, and we have to take collateral, the financing happens around 10 to 12%. On the platform, it is completely based against the risk of the buyer. So the pricing is much, much lower. It comes to 300 to 400 basis points lesser. So you know the difference of what it entails, the advantages.
Yeah, it surely is more competitive than other areas. I will come to the bankers, but before that, Rahul, and we were having that conversation on the table there, that there are, let's not call it loopholes, but there are ways to go around when you are rating many of these MSMEs or diamond companies or jewelry companies, etc. What has been your experience? Because we've seen a lot of stuff get digitized, a lot is online. When you look at the sector right now, in light of all of that, what has been your experience, let's say in the last couple of years, 5 years?
So I think that's an interesting piece that you're checking with me. As a market leader, we do almost so every third corporate in India is rated by us. Likewise, if I look at the gems and jewelry segment, again, every third entity is rated by CRISIL. We've been looking at this sector for a very long time. Definitely, there's been a shift. We do see that shift.
And rating every third company is good enough?
Probably, if you ask me in today's parlance with 7 odd rating agencies, I think that's pretty significant if you ask me. Nevertheless, my experience over the last decade, I think there has been a significant shift that this industry is seeing. When we started looking at this particular industry, maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was huge opacity. The diamonds are transparent, but the industry used to be opaque. Now when I look at this particular industry, I do see transparency has crept in. But has transparency crept in till the last mile, till the last entity? Probably not. So that's the challenge that we face when we do ratings for some of the smaller entities, which may be the MSMEs, wherein information availability, management transparency at some point in time, we face significant challenges. But on the other side of the spectrum, if I look at the larger entities, I think they have come a long way. Today, I think in the first panel we were discussing when Dholakia ji was here and someone said that you should be the guiding force for the industry. We actually seek guidance from the top 10 rated entities that we have whenever we are doing any rating assignment to understand the quality of the management. So from a place where the entire industry was opaque, today actually at the spectrum I've got a significant number of companies which actually act as a guiding force to me and give me great insights not only about the industry but also about the peer management group. So that's the significant shift, I think, which the industry has seen over the last 10 to 15 years from a rating parlance.
Okay. So when you look at the do's and don'ts within the industry, what is that advice that you would give to the industry to ensure that they make it on the rating charts?
So the do's and don'ts would be, as I said, transparency is very critical. It's better to be realistic when you are sharing your guidance with the rating agency rather than being optimistic. Because when I'm doing a rating for any particular credit, I'm not rating on the basis of only current year's balance sheet. I am taking a view probably for the next 18 to 24 months. We typically see a tendency amongst corporates, especially on the mid to MSME space, wherein they would want to paint a rosy picture. They would want to be as optimistic as possible by sharing their projections, because they feel that, oh, if I give certain bullish set of projections, probably that will positively impact my rating. But unfortunately, what happens is, when the actual numbers, they pan out, no doubt we do our own level of sensitivities when we do the rating assignment. But when we look at the actual performance that pans out, it's always better to be at 1.1x of what I would have projected rather than being at 0.9x of what I would have projected. And that's where skepticism from a rating agency's point of view creeps into that particular management, their quality, their ability to project their business. And that's definitely a don't for me. So I would request everybody should be transparent and clear when they share their projections with the rating company. Second, I think sharing information on a timely basis, that's very critical. Many MSMEs and mid-corporates, I'm specifically talking of MSMEs and mid-corporates because that's the platform that we are talking on. They somewhere tend to look at rating as more of a regulatory requirement. They fail to understand that rating is a critical piece in the overall scheme of events. Unless I'm having a good rating, a credit view, a lender might not have a good credit opinion about that particular company and might not be as open to lending funds to that particular entity, whether fund-based or non-fund-based. So I think sharing of information on a timely basis, managing the transparency is extremely critical. Don't, as I said, please don't paint rosy pictures about projections because apart from my own set of sensitivities, we come down very heavily on managements which are not able to meet the expectations. So that's something which I would like to share. Apart from this, I think continuous engagement with the rating agency, that's also very critical. Whether you are going up cycle or whether you are going down cycle, it's very important to keep us informed because the company feels that if my performance has gone down, say for example, COVID happened, and the performance of almost all the sectors took a beating. Luckily for us, the diamond and gems and jewelry did really well. But what the company or the management feels is, if we delay our information, if we don't share the information about my down performance today, probably I will be able to save the rating. So that actually hampers their credit assessment as we go up the credit cycle. So I think these are some of the do's and don'ts which every company should follow.
Absolutely. So I may be painting a rosy picture. I may be not giving it to you timely as well. I may be doing all of those things. But what is that one thing that you definitely want to point in? As a rating agency, what do you look at within that?
The most critical aspect, if I would like to say, if I would like to define ratings, ratings is nothing but the ability and the intent of a company to take care of its obligations to banks on time. And there's a classic difference. Banks give a 90-day window wherein they classify an account as NPA on the 90th day. But for a rating agency, from the regulator's perspective, it's day zero. So on day zero, my account for the bank needs to be funded. And that's, I think, the basic hygiene factor, if you ask me, wherein, especially for the gems and jewelry space, we do see a lot of packing credit and export bill financing being availed. We do see issues on the liquidity side wherein the bills remain overdue for 10 days, 15 days, and so on and so forth. So I think that's one workable area. That's something which I think the industry can work on.
All right. Gaurav, this one is to you. So while, just to give a sense on, when you talk so much about rating, for a banker who is assessing, who is giving out a credit, how important is rating to you on your scale?
I would say very, very important. It forms one of the parameters.
Thank you. So, Manisha, I would say very, very critical and important. Whatever due diligence we are doing while meeting the promoters, looking at the financials, but rating does come in as a third-party validation of what we are also thinking. So whatever everyone is saying about transparency, professionalism, opaqueness, I heard, all these things are very, very critical, and that's what this sector needs to understand and is understanding. So if I would say 10 years back when we were meeting companies in this space, I'm not talking about gems and jewelry, I'm saying in general the MSME sector, and the meeting was going on well, and at some point I'll ask very softly to the promoter, "Acha, kitna dikhate hain balance sheet mein?" And he will also smile sheepishly and say, "Sir, ab to 60-70% tak aa jata hai, 30% hai. But beta aa gaya hai, business mein wo kehte hain ye cash वगैरह बंद करना पड़ेगा." But the point I'm trying to make now is that this question has completely gone out of the window. With whatever steps the government has taken around GST, demonetization, that part is has come down significantly. And I don't remember now asking that question in my meetings maybe over the last couple of years. So it is moving, but can it further improve the professionalism, the transparency to give more comfort to the banks, to rating agencies, to other stakeholders? Yes, there is some distance to be covered, but we have covered a good distance.
Okay. Mr. Deora, this one is to you. So what do you assess when you are lending to an MSME, and has NPAs really improved over the years for you too?
Very good question you asked.
The industry is expecting a very good answer also.
Certainly, I'll try to make it a little easier, because MSME seems to be more or less, this is an unorganized sector. And the compliance part of it is very poor, because majority of the corporates and all these are having their on board, their on roll, they are also experts and chartered accountants and CFOs are there. But in general, MSME sector, the documentation and compliance part is very poor, and because of that, the risk is more. And where risk is more, it is bound to be a slippage as an NPA in that sector. But by and large, under MSME sector, as per the latest information by the Reserve Bank of India in their financial stability report, the NPA in MSME sector has come down in general. Whereas this SIDBI and this what you call report, civil report, it has been shown towards the increasing trend. But as at March 2022, in general, MSME sector is having 12.8% of NPA. I feel that is not towards the higher side, because there are so many factors coupled with the pandemic. And many of the MSMEs are associated with the corporates in down the line supply chain. And because of that difficult time, many of them have not managed to come out of the red and turn out to be NPA. But the government initiatives, which the government has undertaken, and bankers have supported well, like giving moratorium, extending moratorium, restructuring, and as our Honorable Finance Minister, Mr. Karad was telling, that extending emergency credit line, that too in 3 phases. Initially, when it was launched, it was around 10%. Then it was raised to 20%. And as of now, it is 30%, and which is valid and open for all beneficiaries till March 2020.
Okay, looks like we are back, and Mr. Deora, rethink your answer, please. And let us know on what your assessment is of the MSME as a sector, and where are the NPAs right now? You said that there are compliance issues even now. What are your conversations with the industry, and how is it being corrected?
As I said earlier, that this NPA level is 12.8% as per the reports figures available as of now in the MSME sector in particular. But that NPA is because of the stress more so created by the pandemic during last 2 years. Many of the firms, companies, they could not withstand the 2 years period because of this lockdown, and their business has stand still. But after opening of that, many of the companies could come out of this stress, and that those companies or firms could come out of this stress because of this financial support from emergency financial support from the government of India, as well as the support from the bankers towards moratorium period, restructure, like that. But still, bit tough time is also there, and many may survive and come out of that, but those which cannot withstand with all these supports, it would be difficult for them.
Mr. Deora, we all know that there is a credit put aside for various sectors, and that is the case for MSMEs as well, and that is the case for the gems and jewelry MSMEs as well. How much of that usually is disbursed, and are we back to good numbers yet again?
Yeah, especially with regard to this MSME, within that gems and jewellery, by and large, our exposure is same and gradually increasing also. We are taking the additional exposures for the new units as well, mostly under MSME sectors.
What is safe and what is additional exposure? Is there a number to it?
Yeah, numbers are there. As of now, for my bank, gems and jewellery, it is around 4,500 crores.
मनीष जी, दिस क्वेश्चन इज टू यू. आपने सबकी इस बात सुनी, बैंकर्स की भी सुनी, नंबर्स यहाँ पर बेहतर हुए हैं, काम भी बेहतर हुआ है, और जैसे सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि ओवरऑल ज्वेलरी सेक्टर ने आउट परफॉर्म किया है, लेकिन सप्लाई चेन में तो दिक्कतें रही ही हैं. MSMEs के लिए भी बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स कोविड की वजह से आई, उसके बाद भी आई हैं. आपको कहाँ लगता है, कहाँ दिक्कतें हैं, क्या कुछ सॉर्ट करने की ज़रूरत है?
देखिए, SME जो इन लोगों ने बताया, राहुल जी ने बताया, गौरव जी ने बताया और सर ने बता रहा है. राहुल जी की मैं बात करूं तो उन्होंने क्रेडिट रेटिंग देने में जो दिक्कतें बताई कि उसकी विजिबिलिटी नहीं है, जो प्रोजेक्शन है एज पर प्रोजेक्शन फॉलो नहीं हो रहा है इन मोस्टली इन SME. तो इन जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर यहाँ जो SME जो बिग प्लेयर को या अपने कस्टमर को जो ऑर्डर या जो गुड सप्लाई कर रही है, उनके उतने प्रिवेंटिव ऑर्डर नहीं होते हैं. जैसे 4 महीने का प्रोजेक्शन दे दिया कि मैं ये लूँगा, तो एज इट इज़ वही बड़े प्लेयर लेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है. क्रेडिट रेटिंग एजेंसी में एक आपका स्टैंडर्ड है कि ये फॉर्मेट होना चाहिए, एज पर प्रोजेक्शन परफॉर्मेंस होना चाहिए, नहीं आ रहा है ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. इसकी वजह से क्रेडिट का इशू होता है. लेकिन मैं SME अभी जी रहा हूँ, ऐसा मानो. आज तक बड़े प्लेयर से भी काम कर रहा हूँ, कॉरपोरेट से भी काम कर रहा हूँ. तो ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि 6 महीने का प्रोजेक्शन दे दिया और उस हिसाब से मुझे सप्लाई करना है. मेजोरिटी प्लेयर इमीडिएट ऑर्डर देते हो और मुझे फिलअप करना है. तो ये रेटिंग का चैलेंजिंग स्पेशली फॉर जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर, मुझे लगता है काउंसिल के साथ बैठ के उसका मॉडिफिकेशन करना चाहिए, स्पेशली फॉर SMEs. दूसरा, उसका पॉजिटिव सिनेरियो देखे, जो सप्लाई चेन की मैंने पहले बात की थी, मेरा बैंकिंग में भी यही एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि आज 100% कोलेटरल के साथ ही सारे SMEs को फंडिंग किया जाता है, मोस्टली बिलो 50 करोड़ या 100 करोड़, और उसमें भी कंप्लायंसेस है. तो जब बिजनेस पैटर्न SME का प्रोजेक्शन वाइज नहीं है, तो वो समझ के उसकी फंडिंग करनी चाहिए, वो समझ के उसकी रेटिंग की अगर नीड है तो वो करनी चाहिए. और जो 100% कोलेटरल है तो वहाँ कंप्लायंसेस कम करिए. कंप्लायंसेस की इतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है. फिर भी रखिए, मैं ऐसा नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि ये बैंक का फाइनेंस है, आप रिस्क लो. तीनों ने बताया कि रिस्क इज देयर, आगे भी बताया कि ये रिस्क टेकिंग इंडस्ट्री है, मोस्टली अवॉइड ही करती है, क्योंकि 2-5 करोड़ वाले जो है उसको तो बैंकर्स में इतना वेटेज नहीं मिल रहा है. आज गवर्नमेंट उसकी कोलेटरल गारंटी दे रही है, फिर कि उसको एक्सेस नहीं मिल रहा है. आज मैं जब स्मॉल प्लेयर से कर रहा हूँ तो वो कोलेटरल डिमांड करते हैं. कोलेटरल मशीनरी 15 लाख का मशीनरी लेना है, उसमें भी कोलेटरल. और ये रेटिंग एजेंसी में जो डिजास्टर बिजनेस कर रहा है, डिजास्टर इन टर्म्स ऑफ आज ऑर्डर आया तो हफ्ते में फिलअप करो, कहाँ प्रोजेक्शन बनाएगा. और 100% कोलेटरल है, उसका आप ऑर्डर फॉर्म मांगेंगे, उस पे PC देंगे. तो PC तो वो क्या होता है कि जो जिस प्रोडक्ट में काम करता है उसको पता है कब ये मुझे परचेस करना है. जब उसको सही डील मिलती है तब उसको फाइनेंस की जरूरत होती है. तो मेरा एक हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट बैंकरों से है कि जहां 100% कोलेटरल है तो ये सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज को आप रिमूव कीजिए. दूसरा, क्लाइंट में भी ऐसा चले, जो 50 करोड़ का एक्सपोर्ट करता है, 25 करोड़ का एक्सपोर्ट करता है, उसके पास 1 या 2 ही कस्टमर होंगे, तो उसमें भी लिमिट स्प्रेड की बात होती है कि भाई ये क्लाइंट को आप 1/3 या 1/4 ही फाइनेंस करोगे, उसमें ही आपको फाइनेंस मिलेगा. तो मैं यहाँ चाहता हूँ कि इस लेवल के SMEs को आप एज ए पार्टनर कंसीडर करें, एज ए इंडस्ट्री फैमिली कंसीडर करें, उसको थोड़ा समझा जाए, ताकि बेहतर तरीके से उसको समझेंगे तो सपोर्ट करेंगे. और उसमें मोटिवेशन रखिए कि अगर आपने ये कंप्लायंसेस फिलअप किया तो हम आपको इतना लोन दे सकते हैं, इतना इजी दे सकते हैं, या इंटरेस्ट में भी कुछ कंसिडर कर सकते हैं. तो वो मोटिवेशन उसको ऑर्गेनाइज होने में मदद करेगा. आज जैसे साइड होल्डर भी बनना है तो बोलते हैं कि इतना टर्नओवर ये सारी कंप्लायंसेस है तो साइड होल्डर होता है। कभी क्या होता है कि बिफोर साइड होल्डर जब नहीं बना होता तो वो खर्चा करके भी उसको फॉलो करता है। जब वहाँ बनता है तो एक कंसिस्टेंट रीजनेबल रोसर्स होता है तो कवर कर सकता है। तो मेरा यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो रेटिंग एजेंसी में है तो एसएमई को स्पेशल कस्टमाइज कंसिडर किया जाए, उसके साथ बैठ के उसकी रेटिंग सिस्टम सेट की जाए ताकि उसको भी आगे जाने का मौका मिले।
We'll go to Rahul a bit later, but let's go to the bankers first. You know, there have been a lot of measures, schemes that the government has put out. Gaurav, this one is to you. And there has been so much conversation about empowering MSMEs. So as a banker, do you see an opportunity of empowering MSMEs going forward? I mean, this is a forward-looking question here. What really can be done? We've all spoken about a collateral, and that really doesn't work for most of the MSMEs when you have to give 100% collateral there. So there are a lot of asks that the industry already has put out. As a banker, going forward, what do you think can be improved here?
So, I think a very, very relevant and valid question. So, the way forward is no one is looking for collaterals. Everyone is looking for a little bit of track records. I would say a little bit of, again, coming back to transparency, credibility. So we are talking about giving credit. And this is not my money, Rahul's money. We are taking public deposits. And that money we are deploying. So there is a fiduciary responsibility on us that this money comes back also. I hope everyone understands that, whichever sector it is, whether it is MSME, large corporate, mid corporate. So coming back to your question, yes, there is a huge, huge opportunity. We are looking at supply chain financing, where we are not asking for collateral. It's like, in majority of the cases, it is zero collateral. You have an association, there is an anchor who is supplying, there is a vendor who is either buying or selling to him. Just basis that comfort, track record, 3 years, 4 years,
So
5
Gaurav,
years.
is there a standard SOP that you follow as a banker, or do you think, as Manishji was saying, that there is a case-to-case basis that you look at? And as a banker, do you have so much time to look at into all of these things?
No, good amount of is becoming parameterized. Good amount of this lending is becoming parameterized, where it is moving away from case to case. And supply chain, trades, as sir mentioned earlier, these are the things which are being encouraged, and more and more banks are coming onto those things. Only thing is what happens, you do a supply chain, and I'm not talking, it's not about negativity. You do a supply chain financing with an anchor where 100 MSMEs are involved. Suppose 20 of them default. The program goes for a toss. You are forced, or you tend to stop that program because it's a very, very high default rate. We heard of a default rate of close to 13%. So yes, huge opportunity, empowerment is happening, and sir, believe me, people who look at 500 crore loans don't look at 5 crore loans. There are separate teams in banks who specifically focus just on this sector. I'm sure in rating agencies also, they have different models which do ratings for MSMEs and which do ratings for mid corporates and large corporates. So the sector is looked at very, very differently by all the stakeholders, whether it is rating agencies, whether it is banks. So I think we are just painting it with like a little bit of a wide brush to say no one is supporting the sector. No, sir, that's not the case. Banks are in it, government is in it. Numerous schemes are coming. Banks are, fintechs are trying to do so much. And maybe if I can take another minute, we know the challenges which these small corporates face. So there are so many fintechs which have come up over the last 5 years, 7 years. Bank has tied up with them, put them on our platform. So we have a platform called Yes Connect, where there will be 20 such fintechs. Someone is offering a solution around invoicing, payroll management. How do you manage your inventory? All these services are being offered at a single place. Yes, you cannot hire a CFO. You cannot have maybe a purchase person or a proper team to do some of these things. But yes, banks are enabling all these activities. Yes, please come. If you are banking with us, these services, in addition to credit, are available to you. And that is just to increase a little bit more professionalism, little bit more transparency comes into the way the MSMEs work.
Okay. This one is to you, Mr. Deora, because you put out that number of 13% defaults here. I just want a comparison of what are the other industries and other sectors doing. Is it less than that, more than that, or this is the highest?
Almost at the similar level, because if we look at the NPAs of all the banks, it is gross NPA is around 10%, less than 10%.
So is
So
gems
that
and
is
jewelry sector much higher at 13%? Is that
a
the way to look
little
at
bit
it?
because their delinquency more in micro segment of that. That is, I think, around 90%. So that is towards that side.
So what would your
Small and-
forward-looking advice be to the industry then?
Say again?
What would your forward-looking advice be to the industry then on how to curb this, how to ensure, like Gaurav said, there's this way, there's a chain of work that can be done with this. What would you advise the industry?
No, that what I mean to say that whatever Mr. Gaurav has said, because of this fintech and so many measures taken initiated on technological platform, those are coming very good part of it, and that is taking care of it. If a small segment, micro, as I was narrating, some of the programs which are being assisted by the government, keeping aside the gems and jewellery. So their subsidization by the government and without collateral allowance, and a very interesting part of it, I think you would have heard during the pandemic, they loaned to a PM Swandi, the hawkers, a small scheme of rupees 10,000, but it has gained a lot of momentum across the India. Those people who were on the street and selling their goods in a bag and something like that, so those have been helped by the government, and I am happy to share that there is a almost 90% plus recovery in those accounts, and they have maintained their credibility very well. So that is the micro part of it. But going forward towards the medium and the small industries, that is nowadays working well, and there has been a good discipline and maintenance of accounting and their performance as well.
So transparency, compliance, discipline is something that we've always talked about. Ketan, this one is to you. So as a fintech, what do you think can be offered to the industry? We all understand this is a high volume business here.
So see, if you look at our platform, and I just wanted to add on what Gaurav was saying, and look, it all culminates into digital, it all culminates because this fintechs, what they're doing is compliance part. The digital, the digital map or the digital footprints which you have, that actually aids you in getting much more validity from the banking system. The more digital footprint you have, and that is being aided by the GSTN now, and even the e-invoicing thing. So, and if you look at from the fintech part, when we look at it, we are handling invoices, thousands of invoices per day. So it is no more a business where we say that, look, it's a low volume business and high volume business, but low value transactions. We handle transactions which are even at where the invoices are around 200 rupees to 15 crores. So, it all culminates into digitization of the entire journey. And actually what is happening in the fintech world is actually transforming the way the business is being done. So no more, today the bankers are also looking at how can we do a cash flow based lending against a balance sheet based lending. And that's what normally the thing is, because the financial statements based lending is normally gets delayed by 1.5 year or lag period is there. But when you look at the cash flow based lending, where you have the digital, the GSTN data, plus you have the bank statement data, and it culminates that the bank can take an instant decision. There are many decisions which are being taken by the banks as such. We are working on such initiatives where we can lend to the MSMEs also.
Great. A final question, and this one is to you, Mansukh Bhai. I remember talking to GJEPC long time back, and this is a time when there were frauds happening or there were defaults happening, and etc. And there was a conversation about how there is a need for self-assessing. So when there is a requirement within the MSMEs, how is the council looking at it? What are you putting forth? What is the conversation going forward? Because we've pretty much discussed all issues here, challenges, and the way to work with it also.
So defaults happening a little bit here and there, not in the last 5-7 years. And as council, we have taken the initiative of doing the KYC. I think the members, it's compulsion to do a KYC if you become a member of the council. And self-regulatories are there. There are discipline committees in the, I think, the diamond market who are working on it. And if there's some default or something, there's an internal, a lot of things are happening in the diamond market and in BDB. industry overall, it's working well. And as a council, we are, I think the KYC is looking much better. I think we have to, the bank should accept the KYC of the GJEPC, and the bank, it will be more better, and the members will not have to do KYC again and again.
What I meant was that when there were issues, you had put in KYCs and that worked really good. Now with the MSMEs facing issue, especially after COVID, how is council putting that forth?
I think we're doing a lot of seminars and doing upgrading their skills and upgrading their knowledge. And so they follow the compliance of the bank and work toward the better flow.
Okay, so there is work being done with the industry. I think we have just about time to take up a couple of questions on MSMEs. If somebody you want to make a point on this, there's a question that you want to ask our bankers here, we're open for that. A question or two perhaps, that's all the time that we have for. If not, then we anyway have exceeded time, short of our time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Before we conclude, Manisha, just one point I wanted to make.
Sure.
Since Manish ji highlighted certain things about how probably we are looking at the industry. Just some stats, and you said you like some numbers, so maybe let me throw some numbers at you. Being a third of the industry that we rate, obviously we are a representative of the entire sector in terms of ratings. The portfolio that we do on the entire corporate India, almost half of that today stands in the investment grade category. And if I look at this investment grade category, almost 30 to 40%, that is almost every third company there is having a turnover of less than 250 CR. And if I go down further, almost every sixth company in this investment grade is having a turnover of 100 CR. So it means that as a rating agency, it's not that MSMEs are not being looked at favorably, or they come with their own set of challenges and they can never move up the rating curve. I think that's a little inappropriate kind of an information which typically the corporates they have at their end. And there's data to prove that. So I just thought I'll share that piece of information as well.
Let me throw you a question then. So if I was making presentation to you as a rating company, how would you stack professionalism, scale of my company, scope of my company, guidance that I give you?
So I think there are three pillars for a rating for any corporate. At the top, the foremost pillar is the management, because only if the management is good, they can translate into a strong business model. The second pillar would be the business model overall, what kind of a segment I'm present and what's my scope and the scope for the industry. And the third pillar is the financial strength, which is the balance sheet strength, the cash flows that we just discussed about, and overall how's the liquidity of that particular company. So these three pillars in a whole determine what is going to be the credit rating for that particular entity. Management quality stands at the top. It doesn't mean that I need to be a graduate from Harvard or IIT. What it means is I need to be a management which understands the business, maintains the transparency, and maintains adequate liquidity in the system at all point in time to manage exigencies. That's the most critical thing from a rating perspective. As far as the balance sheet size and scale it goes, I just threw some stats at you, which definitely clears the inappropriate understanding which says that I need to be only a 1,000 crore company and only then I can be an investment grade. That's a faulty assumption. That's not the case.
All right. Okay, so that is the view coming in from our MSMEs, from our rating agency, bankers, everybody has spoken, and I am sure this is not the end of this conversation, but we've tried to put forth whatever the challenges and opportunities that the sector really provides. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this insightful session. And I think that little bit of delay, like you were already mentioning, that they wanted to change the answers. So I think you all have got all the right answers possible. And now, to felicitate our panelists and our moderator, I would like to invite our chairman, GJEPC, Mr. Vipul Shah, on stage, please. Thank you so much to everyone. And as we already have a moderator here, Manisha, I would like you to stay back on stage since we'll be moving on to our next panel discussion. And I would like to invite our first panelist. We have here. Yeah. All right. So while they are moving the chairs ahead, okay, I'll go ahead and would like to invite our first panelist here, Mr. Ranveer Singh, DGM SBI. He's here at a Diamond branch as Deputy General Manager and Branch Head. Prior to that, he has worked at Lucknow and also as a VP and Manager at SBI California, Washington, D.C. for more than 3 years. Please welcome. Then we have next Smith Patel, Director, Green Lab Diamonds, Convener, Lab Grown Diamond Panel. He is a third-generation entrepreneur hailing from a family of diamantaires. He has played a vital role in setting up Green Lab Diamonds, which is one of the leading suppliers of CVD lab-grown diamonds in India. Then we also have some of our panelists joining us online. We next have Lee Zhaole, Sales Manager, Gem Diamond Division of Henan Yong Worldwide Co. Limited. Henan Yong Worldwide Co. Limited is the first listed private enterprise in the super hard material industry in China. It is a leading enterprise in artificial diamond industry, honored as National High-Tech Enterprise and a National Innovative Enterprise, and the only whole industrial chain enterprise of diamond and associated products in China. A huge round of applause for him, please. Then we have Zhong Zhu, Chairman of Ningbo Crystem Technology Co. Limited. Ningbo Crystem Technology is one of the largest CVD-grown diamond producers in the world, which was established in 2013. It is a high-tech enterprise specializing in the industrial production and high-end application of CVD-grown large single crystal diamonds. We have Roy Edelman, Chief Diamond Officer, R2Net Division, Signet Jewellers. Roy Edelman, one of the founders of www.jamesallen.com, which sold to Signet Jewellers in 2017 and has been associated with Signet as its Chief Diamond Officer of R2 Division. Diamonds and jewelry that cater to customers through our 2,800 stores and e-commerces across US, UK, and Canada. Next up, we have Nilesh Shunkari, Partner, AT Curie Consulting Private Limited. He is an expert in gems and jewelry industry and is the global lead for AT Curie in this area. He also leads the lifestyle and luxury industry practice for Asia. Over the last 22 years as a consultant, he has advised leading Indian and international clients across several geographies like India, US, EU, Middle East, South Asia, and Japan. Then we have Parag Agrawal, co-founder and CEO, Fiona Diamonds. Under his leadership and his startup witnessed growth in leaps and bounds. He believes that high-quality jewelry shouldn't be for just a limited group of people, but also strives to offer fair pricing while keeping ethical sourcing in mind. A huge round of applause for all our panelists who are here with us and also online. And we have our moderator here with us, Manisha Gupta, Editor, Commodities and Currencies for CNBC TV 18. Over to you, Manisha.
Thank you so much. I know we are delayed by almost an hour, so we'll keep this very tight. And you know, when it comes to diamonds, all of us brighten up. And for the longest time, when I was covering diamonds as an industry, and I must tell you that, all that I heard from the diamantiers was, diamonds are forever. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Diamond takes you through, a long time. Diamonds are so small and so valuable, you can just carry them just about anywhere. So there was so much being talked about diamond, but nobody ever talked to us about diamond prices, except in the last couple of years when we've seen the diamond prices gain up by between 30 to 40%. It has been seen as an investment as well. In any case, the way the market was going, this is one sector that did extremely well. I know I spoke to Ghanshyam Bhai so many times and he kept telling me, people are not taking vacations, nobody is going anywhere, so people are buying diamonds. He just kept saying that to me all of those last couple of years then. and then came the lab-grown diamonds. I know for the longest time, a lot of people in this room did not want to talk about lab-grown diamonds. They kept pushing on natural diamonds, but the industry or the consumers clearly seem to have changed that. I have numbers with me. In 2020, lab-grown diamond market share was 3%. This year, it's touted at 8%. So clearly, that has been a very, very strong number there. Smith, I want to start with you first. And how do you look at the market? How has the growth been? How has the adoption, acceptance been when you look at lab-grown diamonds?
Firstly, I would like to thank everyone in GJEPC and whoever was involved in giving us this platform to talk about lab-grown diamonds. It has been a long time coming. People have started talking about this seriously. People have started understanding and have taken active measures to understand this industry, whether it be banks, whether it be rating agencies. I would like to thank everyone who's involved in this ecosystem to take this industry forward. I think this industry needs a lot of representation because this is one for the future. It is a sunrise industry. And I see this industry not only like a short-term thing, not a disruptor, but something that will involve more people into diamonds. I think more and more people who never looked at diamonds will start understanding what a diamond is. It is still, whatever you mentioned about a natural diamond, the lab-grown diamond is still the same. It is a beautiful thing. It is a best friend of girls. And a lot more people will start wearing it.
Smith, the only thing is that it is much cheaper than the natural diamond.
Definitely.
It's more volatile in prices than natural diamond. How are you addressing that?
Definitely. So when the segment was very new, like very, very new, we expected price to be corrected. But I believe that the prices have been corrected fairly enough. I don't think I'll see or we'll see such an exponential curve in the coming future. And that's why even in India, sir, they have started selling lab-grown diamonds confidently to the Indian public, because I think the prices have corrected in the near future.
You're confidently selling diamonds is what he says. What was the problem earlier? You were not confident enough?
Sorry, come again?
He said you are confidently now selling lab-grown diamonds. What has changed?
We were always selling lab-grown diamonds confidently because we, since from inception of the company, we started with selling moissanites. So we were into selling of alternate diamonds. So what I understand was, what I understood long back was, is the design which is more concerning to the consumer, rather than the concept of whether it is real or fake. So when you go and ask a consumer whether, you introduce the concept about it to them, they would not understand and they would logically just say, no, I would buy something which is real. But when presented with a good design, the view just changes, and especially the price. And retail is always price sensitive. So
Roy, this one is to you. So, when we talk about diamonds, we always say that 50% of market still belongs to US. How is the market there? How is retail looking at both of these diamonds?
So thank you everybody for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. Retail America environment overall is challenged through high interest rates and strong inflation. But we see continuous growth in the lab-grown part of our business. Just to make things clear, natural diamonds are still the dominant force in our sales. In recent research by a company, serious company called EVI, it's said to be lab-grown jewelry is about 8–10% of global sales. Saying that, because US is an early adapter to that part of the industry, so it's probably more in the US in general, because India and China still slacking behind in retail of this product.
Well, yes, they are. And with that, let's get our Chinese guest on as well. And thank you so much for staying with us. We do understand that it is quite late in the day for you, and we apologize, regret this delay. I'll start with Liu. And while China is focusing on HPHT, are you using the CBD technology as well? Because India really seems to be looking at CBD right now. How have you seen the markets for both of these categories of diamonds? Liu, hi, can you hear me? This question is for you.
I think he's on mute.
Yes, we can hear. So are you asking Mr. Liu or Mr. Zhang for these questions?
I'm asking Mr. Liu for this.
Hmm.
We can see you and hear you now. Yes. Yeah.
我是来自中国的黄河旋风的刘小磊。现在中国的 CVD 生产包括高温高压 HP、HT，现在的规模只是比前几年呀都要大很多，但是呢，我们也是正处于这个产量数量上一个增加的一个过程。但是这些东西呢，都是跟市场的一个需求，我们是相配套的去做这样的一个事情。好，谢谢啊。
Do we have a translation for that? All right, that was slightly difficult to understand. But Zhang, let me come to you then. And what is the response of lab-grown diamonds within China? How are the consumers or the retail reacting to that?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, this is a very good question. In China, the lab-grown diamond is rapidly catching the attention of consumers, but the explosive growth still remains to be seen. Since 2015, there have been lab-grown diamond retail brands running systematically in mainland China, but most of the retail lab-grown diamond brands entered the market after 2018, especially after 2020. Several of them are extended from or affiliated with traditional natural diamond jewelry brands. Some brands are with capital background, and some are with producer background. And after 2018, some foreign brands appeared in the mainland market. And in addition, some international brands with special operation mode has also entered into the mainland Chinese market. And in some offline stores, the price of lab-grown diamond rings is generally around 30% of the price of the natural diamond rings of the same quality. And according to the data of e-commerce platform in 2021, the sales of lab-grown diamond jewelry on Taobao and its series e-commerce platforms reached $63 million, having a year-on-year increase of 72%. The price range is $150 to $450 and $800 to $1,200 per piece. In 2021 and 2022, the sales data of some offline retail stores were close to 10 times year-on-year by months, and some even reach 15 times. However, experts estimate that the growth rate of domestic retail market is lower than that of the overall production capacity, and the penetration rate of the retail market of lab-grown diamonds in China is still far below 2%. So there is still so much room for development. While strengthening downstream marketing and consumer education, stabilizing the quality and confidence of the supply chain in middle and upstream is also an important support for capital and retail brands to enhance their confidence and make efforts to enter the retail market of lab-grown diamonds. Thank you.
Zhang, I have a follow-up question. So what is the growth capacity that you see in China for the supply and demand going forward for these lab-grown diamonds?
Yes. As have mentioned by Mr. Liu just now, the producing factory is planning their production capacity in accordance with the market response.
Sure. Zhang, we've talked about the prices, and I will come back to on that as well, because while it is seen as positive, this is seen as entry level into the market. If you start buying with lab-grown diamonds, and then maybe you can convert it to natural diamonds, how much of the consumers really do understand this difference and the price difference as well?
Are you asking me a question on me?
Yes, Zhang, this one is to you.
Okay, my name is Liang yes, as the founding president of Guangzhou Diamond Exchange. Many Indian friends are very familiar with me. Yes, oh, yeah, I should say hello to my dear friends in India. Yes, yeah, regarding to the price of the lab-grown diamond jewelries, it is a very interesting point that, but I think the consumers, they have an idea in mind how much they should and they can pay for jewelry or pay for an accessory. So once they can have a fixed budget, but they can get a so-called better or bigger jewelry, this is a good idea for them to have another new option. Thank you.
Roy, what's your sense? I mean, we're discussing about the vast difference that we've seen in prices of both the diamonds. What is the acceptance here, and is that a breaking barrier here?
So there is a vast difference, but vast is, you can quantify it, right? So vast to one wouldn't be vast to another. It really comes down to marketing dollars, and for us retailers, continuous strong margins. If the marketing dollars is behind it, then the segment can grow exponentially. And if not, then we'll go to where we can make money. There's top line and there's margins, and we need to make sure both are there for us.
All right. Parag, this question is to you then. Where do you see India leading, and what kind of growth numbers are you working with?
Well, the growth numbers, so it's about more of reach and more customers we can reach. So we focus, if I talk about ourselves, we focus on literally doubling the revenue. And that can be done with the snowball effect because number one, we see 40% of our customers are repeat customers. So yeah, so first they would like to try something small. And if the results are good, they would like to flaunt it out and then come back again. If you buy a ring, you would come back for a earring, something like that. So we try to get, if we're getting 100 customers a month, we would target 200 next month. So that's the way our growth strategy is, by doubling the number of users.
All right, let's talk about on what measures and what schemes do we really need to look at when we look at this market. And Nilesh, this one is to you. What is the potential increase that you see in employment, in exports, and what support are we looking at from the government for this?
So, yeah, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So, just wanted to correct the name of our firm. Our firm is called Carney. It's an international management consulting firm. So let me just give you a little bit of background. When I had studied the industry in 2005, I had predicted that by 2015, lab-grown diamonds will be 7% of the world market. Okay, obviously we are a little bit behind that, but it seems that by 2022 we have almost caught up or slightly exceeding that projection now. So it's on a very good growth trajectory. This has the potential of becoming not just, it has the potential to do a couple of things. A, as the supply of natural rough will stagnate, it's about 118 million carats now, it will probably stay more or less the same for the next 10 years. There are not too many new mines coming up and so on. So there is going to be on an aggregate basis, if the market were to grow, there will be some shortage of rough which is going to be felt. Lab-grown diamonds can fill that need. One moment. Lab-grown diamond can fill that need. On the other hand, lab-grown diamonds also have the potential of emerging as a new category and becoming a fashion, becoming almost creating a new category of products. On the second one, there is no limit. Okay, on the second one, literally it is as much demand can be created. It's entirely up to us, because the millennials are looking for sustainable products. They're looking for technologically advanced products, and
Okay, can't do away with the technical glitches at all.
Hello?
Smith, let me come to you since you're here. As Nilesh was also pointing out, that yes, the rough diamonds, the availability of natural diamonds has been slightly low, and lab-grown diamonds do tend to finish that, do tend to, in some sense, complete that. But is there enough production also of lab-grown diamonds happening right now?
I think, like we spoke about snowball effect, right? The snowball effect is going to be much greater than the production of lab-grown diamonds, and that's what I believe. So, you know, US has been the leaders in this. They have understood, the consumers have understood what a lab-grown diamond is much before the rest of the world. But I see doors opening all around, like China, India. Many developing countries are understanding, the public is understanding what a lab-grown diamond is. And I think the retailers are to be given credit to that, because those are the ones who educate the customer about the differences, the transparent differences between the two products, the price differences between the two products. The retailers are the one who are making more newer designs available, which wouldn't have been possible with a lot of expensive diamonds. And that's why I believe that the demand is going to grow so fast that the production, I think, is still to catch up.
Parag, do customers come to you and say that we want lab-grown diamonds and not natural diamonds? Is there that much awareness and that much understanding about it?
Well, so there are certain type of customers who do their complete research, and the people who Google it completely and who believe in environment-friendly diamonds and eco-friendly diamonds, they do come, especially people looking for engagement rings and coming up to us and telling us, I don't want blood on my fingers. So even those type of customers are there. So yeah.
Ranveer, I've had you waiting all this time to listen into everything. So when it comes to lab-grown diamonds, as a banker, what is your sense into this? What kind of a challenge, what kind of a concern do you see into this? Or do you also see it as a rising industry, sunshine industry, as my rest of the panelists are putting it out as?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank GJEPC to organize this banking summit after a gap of 2 years and to bring all the stakeholders together to discuss the pain points of the industry and to understand how to resolve it so that the pie grows. So we at State Bank of India have been quite proactive, sensing the opportunity. State Bank was the first commercial bank in India to come out with a formal, project finance policy for this lab-grown diamond. And we have financed quite a number of units at Surat. And we are looking forward to a healthy growth. As a banker, the policy is a little bit better aligned towards the lab-grown because the growth rate is expected to be higher as vis-a-vis natural diamonds. So from that perspective, I think the other bankers also are thinking of on those lines. So I do hope the other banks will also pitch in and the pie will grow ultimately.
So when you talk about the pie growing and when you are expecting growth to come in here, this is still a very new industry. What do you think are the critical factors here to ensure that you would want to see happening that gives you that confidence?
Yeah, we normally look at who's the technical brain behind do they have the capability and the experience. So as a policy, we have put up around 2 years of experience. The grower must have at least 2 years of growing experience, either on his own or in partnership with others. Like I think Smith would have been growing for like 3 or 4 years earlier when they got the financing from the banks. So that is the one area. And the second thing, we also look at my friend from the Crystal said, the promoter behind the project, how is their track record, whether they were in the natural diamonds or whether they want to further, expand into this area. Those are the factors we do look into it. But we do hope, we do see that a lot of the players that they are watching from the outside that they want to come in. But I think that the industry has a good potential going forward.
So what do you look at when you are financing? Do you look at the inventory? Do you look at the technology? Do you also look at the potential of it? What numbers are you stacking up right now?
No, primarily when I talk about the project finance, we are financing for the capex, not for the working capital. Working capital is only the minimal part of it, and the major part is the capex, 95 to 96%. So it is primarily for the capex actually.
And how many people is SBI really working with right now? What kind of a growth have you seen in credit if you look at the last couple of years?
So at least I think we have around our diamond branch, like we have the team of 50 people. So earlier it used to entirely cater to the natural diamonds. Now we are opening up our second branch in at Surat Diamond Bourse. So they may be also having another one team there. So that will also be catering to lab grown as well as natural. We are not, going away from the natural. Natural will be the main thing, but this industry will also keep on growing actually.
Roy, as the market increases and as we've seen a banker clearly supporting this, how is the scenario in US? Is it similar like that? Do you have bankers supporting you like this?
I actually don't know as a retailer how the wholesaler are financing, but that's to your point regarding, just from my side of things, regarding financing of lab-grown grows and CAPEX and factories and all of that, that's great. But the second part of financing is at least finance the receivables, right? Because let's say if you sell to my company Signet, which is all the major manufacturers are selling to us, and they're getting financed on receivable. So if they sell to us lab-grown, I don't know if you are, but if you're not, you could still finance those receivables, and I think that will help the lab-grown industry quite a bit.
Yeah, we do consider, post-shipment finance that you're talking about, receivable financing.
Yeah.
That we can look at it. Yeah.
So, again?
Oh, please go
No.
Can I make a point here?
Your question again, sorry.
Yeah, I think the guest has a question there.
Yeah. Did somebody have a question? Yeah, Nilesh, yes, we can hear
No,
you
sorry,
now.
I was saying that, yeah, I'm sorry, I got kicked out of the meeting. I don't know why. I was saying that and the other working capital, only gold loans available. But whereas in the US, as Mr. Edelman can tell you, the entire inventory in the store can actually get financed. You don't have that option in India, and it definitely doesn't happen for diamonds. Now, if that is something that bankers could consider, it will be a big source of relief for the retailers, and that will encourage the retailers to stock more inventory. And the more you stock, the more there are chances of it getting sold. You had asked a question about employment potential. The employment in the industry currently anywhere estimates are between 6 lakhs to 10 lakhs. In general, actually, there was overcapacity in the industry on the polishing side. And as rough gets curtailed, there are chances that you will actually not have enough rough for the employment that you have. Lab-grown diamonds can actually fill that capacity on the polishing side. In addition to that, we were not mining diamonds. Now, when you're growing diamonds, it is equal to mining. So while growing is not a very labor-intensive task, but it will definitely add to the capacity in terms of growing. And plus, there'll be other ancillary industries which will grow around that. So net-net, it is going to be employment accretive for the country. So there is no reason to actually not support that. And I'm glad the industry is looking at it in a very positive light.
Nilesh, another question, I'm jumping up on this really. What is the current global lab-grown diamond production number right now? Is it sufficient? What is the kind of growth that you see going forward as well on this?
So as I said, it's whatever, estimates are between 7 to 10% of total volume. There is no constraint actually. If there is more demand, more can be produced. In fact, the way that the number of reactors in India have got ramped up on the CVT side is quite astonishing. When we had done this study a few years ago, there were hardly a few Indian producers. Now, estimates say that there are almost 2,000, 3,000 reactors in India that are available. Many of the natural diamond traders have actually jumped into the fray. So, and the entrepreneurial instinct of the Indian diamond traders. The moment they see demand, they will not hesitate to produce more. So production is not a constraint here at all. Okay. In fact, I would actually say that the entire industry should focus on demand generation, because if we don't focus on demand generation and you have producers producing more and more lab-grown, we will be shooting ourselves in the foot. The prices of lab-grown diamonds will actually fall and then the industry will become, less and less attractive. The product will also become less and less attractive for the consumer. So in the natural diamond industry, the scarcity of the product is what kept the prices high and made it desirable. Here, there is no constraint on production, but all the more reason why you should invest in brand building and marketing. I mean, look at a soap or a Coca-Cola. There is no intrinsic value of the product. It is how you have positioned it that makes it desirable and that makes the consumer pay a premium. The industry is generally thinks of it in terms of cost plus. Now, if the cost keeps going down, are you going to allow the price to keep going down as well? Then if the price goes down too much, then the consumers will not. I mean, they will call it a diamond, but then they know that it is a dramatically different product. You, in certain ways, do want the consumer to think of it as a diamond. So I would encourage the industry to spend a lot more on marketing. And in fact, we did a consumer study sometime.
Oh, well, Nilesh, I can absolutely agree with you on that.
Even spoke about lab-grown diamond. So the awareness in India is quite pathetic.
Pathetic? Did he say that?
No, it's I would
Yeah,
say
the
it's a
awareness.
very valid point made by you. I mean,
Right.
Unlike the natural diamond, where you have the scarcity premium, that is not going to be here in the lab-grown. So you can grow as much as you want. So it's very important for the industry to keep doing the constant innovation to reduce the production cost, and as well as you said about making the people aware and also do the capex on the marketing side. That is very important.
Yeah, so this was done by De Beers for natural diamonds. So same is missing. That element is missing in the lab-grown diamond industry. More and more brands should come up. Like back in 2000, De Beers had a compulsion with site holders that they need to own a brand in retail, so that awareness is there. So only that part is missing right now, and more people are wanting to produce it rather than market it.
So that point that Nilesh was also making, that there are nearly 2,000 makers of lab-grown diamonds in India right now. I mean, and when did we see those many numbers come in?
I think, is it
No,
2,000
the
makers
number
or
of
reactors? Reactors, 2,000 reactors.
Okay.
Reactors.
So this one is to Roy. What is, I want to come back to pricing, because I understand your point about branding, because it's going to be very important, because as Parag says, that natural diamond awareness, marketing, branding, the way it was put to us was nothing short of phenomenal. We haven't seen that happen with lab-grown diamonds yet. But how are you putting it out in US? What is the kind of marketing that is being done? How are you looking at the very high volatile prices that we see here, and how is that being pushed?
So in the beginning, we really did like a soft launch, and consumers practically, asked us for it. So the whole atmosphere behind lab grown a few years back, with Leonardo DiCaprio backing up, was it Diamond Foundry or the other one? And so there was this eagerness, especially with the young consumer in the States. Regarding particular marketing strategies, we leave it as is. This is what we feel is part of our core strength, but we're definitely putting marketing dollar behind it. And I always felt that natural diamonds are slacking in marketing dollars. I mean, you practically have the retailers who took all the burden of marketing. The miners did barely nothing.
So, when I started following and reporting on lab-grown diamonds, I also did the two categories, the CVD and HPHT, yes. What is the difference between these two? Do Indians, since we are here, ask for a certain category?
Well, we promote them as all lab-grown diamonds, and because educating too much about technical aspects of anything with the consumer, it just kills the conversation. So we really don't feel the need of getting into the detail of the difference between CVD and HPHT, because at the end of the day, they are both certified as lab-grown diamonds. And so we do not see any difference between the two from the consumer
side. As a maker, do you really differentiate between the two?
No. We cannot.
Yeah, so we do. Not between HPHT and CVD, but as grown, because some of CVD or most of CVD rough needs to go through an HPHT treatment that makes it colorless, and some CVD with a better technology does not need that, so it's called as grown. While HPHT grown doesn't need the treatment. But there's also an important part of the conversation is CVD technology does not produce small stones, right? Meli, what we call. That's only HPHT. So we practically can't live without the two. So we can't sell jewelry watch just with a 1 carat stone. We need the small goods. So the HPHT technology is extremely important for the growth of this industry, for sure.
Nilesh, this one is to you. So while, there is, right now there is hallmarking for gold and there is this certification for natural diamonds as well. How is lab-grown diamond being sold right now? I mean, is there certification? How are you addressing that with people?
See, we have very fundamental problems with lab-grown diamonds. Okay, if I ask anybody, even amongst the audience, that tell me the 10 places in Mumbai, where I can get a lab-grown diamond, it will be hard to find. Or 100 places in the country where I can
Guys, tell
find.
me 10 places where we can buy lab-grown diamond.
For an ordinary consumer who does not have a contact with the diamond industry. Yeah. Yeah, so there aren't too many places available where you can actually get. So availability is a big constraint. Okay, it's not amongst the whatever the millions of retailers in the country, hardly a few of them are selling lab-grown diamonds. So availability is a big issue. There are no brands that are promoting lab-grown diamonds. So and if you go and ask a normal consumer what is a lab-grown diamond, they will, probably 1 out of 100 will probably know something about it. So we are at a very nascent stage on some of this. So some very really basic awareness creation has to be done about this product. The product needs to be made available and so on. Even certification, even for natural diamonds, only the very, I would say, more advanced consumers are aware about certification. And the people who buy solitaires and so on are aware about the people who buy regularly. People are buying really small stones and, small diamond-studded jewelry, economical price points. They don't know. Whatever the retailer tells them, they take it. So, yes, of course, you'll get certificates for this. But the question also is, if prices keep falling of the lab-grown diamonds, then the cost of certification is going to become relatively more and more expensive for them. So, I would say some of those are more technical questions, and the industry tends to think of it from a very supply side. The industry should actually just go and talk to a normal consumer and ask them, what will make them buy a lab-grown diamond? And first of all, they will ask you, what is a lab-grown diamond? So I think you're at a very nascent stage here. So we should stop thinking about supply side questions like what is the difference between CVD and HPHT and so on, and just focus more on making a consumer come and experience the product, buy the product. I think some of these are very not relevant questions from a growth point of view.
All right, maybe too early to ask those questions. How is it in US though? How many retailers can you count on hand who are actually giving out lab-grown diamonds?
I don't have enough hands or fingers. In America today, most of the retailers are into lab-grown, and if they're not, they're on the way. Signet acquired Blue Nile not too long ago, and they weren't selling lab-grown jewelry, and we will introduce lab-grown jewelry into that banner of ours. And regarding the certificate question you had, we certify all our goods and all our jewelry. So in America, I guess it's important.
I want to really put this question again. How many places would you know which sells lab-grown diamonds in India? Not India, Mumbai.
Diva.
Okay, that's one. Two.
Don't be shy.
Parag said 3. Smith is 4. We have a banker here, guys, who's ready to finance.
I think that's where my answer about snowballing has started. I think a year or two ago, you wouldn't have found one.
Okay.
And a lot of traditional jewelers also have started keeping lab-grown inventory on the side. They're testing the waters out, and they are getting positive feedback, and they're increasing day by day. So I think, again, this is the same answer I'm going to give you again, that it's a snowball effect, and it's just started. It's in a nascent stage, but I can't wait to see where it goes. And that's where we have to focus on.
I know in Mumbai, we had a full-fledged exhibition on lab-grown diamonds. I know for a fact there's a council there. But this is a question to my Chinese guest then. And Zan, if you want to take this one. what is the major hub that you see of manufacturing diamonds within China? That's part A of my question. Part B is, how do you see India on the map of producing and consuming these diamonds?
Yes, I think Mr. Zhang can answer this question.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to attend the meeting. I am Zhang Jun'an. I am the chairman of Ningbo Christian, the largest CVD grower in China. India has a long history of jewelry, but for lab-grown diamond, especially CVD, actually in China we started in 2012 and 2013. And it was in 2015 that we saw the fast growth of lab-grown diamond. Now the production capacity of lab-grown diamond in China maybe is not as big as India. Now about 1,800 to 2,000 units of facilities for producing lab-grown diamonds in China. I think we account for like 60% to 70% of lab-grown diamonds production facilities in India.
Okay, fair point that. I have a follow-up question on that. So when we look at the Indian markets itself, what do you see as an importance of India as an important hub of producing these lab-grown diamonds?
Yes, I think so. Because India has over 100 years of long history in jewelry. So India has also taken the jewelry production as a advantageous industry. For many jewelry workers in the world, many of them are Indian. And also, in terms of diamond, India has very complete upstream and downstream supply chain. From production to polishing to later sales, you have the quite closed loop process. Also, India has very strong bases. Those workers are very skilled and experienced. Also, your production cost is low. These are all the advantages and reasons why India has the advantages as the base or hub for diamonds. That's why India has great advantages in diamonds. Thank you.
Fair point that. I really want to move on to the last round of this conversation, where I want to really ask all my panelists on what do they think is the opportunity in sense of demand here. What is that one challenge that they think needs to be really cleared off so for this industry to grow? I'll start with you, Parag.
So awareness is the number one thing that I would like to say is missing. And like I think Nilesh said that distribution and visibility of the product is the second, because even if you want to look for it, where do you look for it? Of course, people Google it, and fortunately, we are on the top list of Google when you search for lab-grown diamonds India. So yeah, awareness is on the top of it, and banking support, if it's there, it's going to really grow the industry.
Where would you put the industry right now on a scale of 1 to 10? Where do you think where we are, and where do you see yourself in 2 years from here?
So from 2 years, yeah, of course, the growth is going to be exponential because awareness is definitely creeping in. And if I have to compare with our other business of moissanite, so it took really 10 years, I would say, for people to make aware of what moissanite is. So if I compare to that graph, the awareness of lab-grown diamond has been tremendously increasing because people are really inquisitive that what is it which is exactly diamond but not grown below the earth.
And what do you think could go wrong in these next 2 years?
Only the pricing falling is a major concern, because as you see the production capacity increases, for example, if you're able to produce if you're producing 500 carats with the same setup and you produce 1,000 carats, the price goes half. That's the biggest problem. And with retailers like us holding on inventory, it's a big problem then.
Nilesh, this one is to you. You also mentioned about this, that the production, higher production is going to be, shot in the foot really, and that is something that needs to be worked about. So we do see various organizations, I mean, GJEPC is one, there are so many councils around. When it comes to lab-grown diamonds, is the community together in this? Is there, is there a consortium? Are you guys talking to each other?
I don't think so. I think as you mentioned in the earlier part of your, that it has taken time for the industry to come together and accept this as an alternative product, okay, and something that can drive the growth when rough diamonds will not be available. But you see in this conversation, we don't have too many retailers. We should have had retailers of natural, you should have had a Tanishq, you should have had a Malabar, you should have had a Kalyan, you should have had a, Hazuri Lal, you should have had some family jewelers sitting there saying, and you should ask them, saying, hey, why are you not selling this one? And they will say they themselves don't know. So I think the industry has to integrate the retailers into this conversation. The retailers can drive sales. They are talking to the consumers day in and day out. So we need to do that. The challenges, awareness, availability, I guess those are some of the big challenges. And creating good stories around it. You need some of the best marketers to come together and create stories around it. I mean, I can, for example, if you go to an ordinary consumer and ask them, do you know electric? They'll probably know it. And you ask them, do you know lab-grown diamond? I can bet you 50% of those who know electric cars will not know lab-grown diamond. So I think the challenge is huge. The challenge on awareness, availability is huge, and the industry is not recognizing it. The entire industry is just focused on, getting more reactors and producing lab-grown diamonds and polishing them. That's the easiest thing to do, but that is not going to get us anywhere.
All right, so creating awareness, ensuring that there's branding, marketing, all of that is going to be very important for this industry there. Liu, what is your sense? What is that opportunity and a challenge that you see for lab-grown diamonds?
I'm sorry, whom this question is referring to?
This question is for Mr. Liu, yes.
Would
you please repeat the question again to Mr. Liu?
Sure. I was asking on what do you see as an opportunity and a challenge going forward for lab-grown diamonds, let's say in a horizon of a year or two from now?
Well, I think like other panelists mentioned, and as moderator asked, there are not many brands working on the consumer awareness in lab-grown diamonds. That is also the case in China, because for many consumers, they actually don't know well about the lab-grown diamonds. They are trying to understand the lab-grown diamonds. There are several brands in lab-grown diamonds, but not so many participants. So right now, we attend different meetings, exhibitions, etc. So more people could get to know lab-grown diamonds and accept lab-grown diamonds and see lab-grown diamonds as beautiful, both in the quality and also in price. So in next 3 to 5 years, we will take the consumer awareness, consumer education, marketing as the key to talk with the public. I think that is the opportunity for lab-grown diamonds. As for challenges or risks, like you have mentioned, we need to pay more attention to the combination of production with the demands of the market. According to market demands, we will invest accordingly to produce lab-grown diamonds, not to increase production blindly. That is what we need to pay attention to as one important risk. Thank you.
So it's not just India. Clearly, China seems to be dealing with the same thing, and US clearly seems to be in a bright spot right now. So what do you see going forward as a demand growth in US, and what is that one challenge that you see in the space?
So, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Like you said, the growth was, what, 2 to 8% of the jewelry industry. So I don't know how it will continue, but it seems like it's growing for sure for us. The risk are prices dropping and then owning the inventory. So a lot of retailers in America are contemplating between owning the goods or taking the goods on memo. We ourselves buy the goods, we buy the rough, we cut it in India. It's another aspect of this industry that we need to talk to, that although maybe lab-grown is cannibalizing a little bit on natural, the industry as a whole, especially in India, will grow immensely. If it's diamond cutting and making the jewelry in India, so there's a lot of potential in growth of employment space. So, you know, if I would give my 25 cents to the India government bankers is, you know, keep the support up with financing, keep up, you know, doing regulations on the rules, making easier for foreigners to do business here, keep the no tax rule on the import of rough. I think it's important, or rough lab grown, and the business will come from through here anyway, no matter what.
Nilesh, this one is to you. So, you know, when you look at lab-grown diamonds and when you look at the natural diamonds, and there is so much money that has been spent globally in branding and marketing of natural diamonds, are those guys as well trying to put you in a corner?
No, not really. I mean, if you look at DBS actually spent a good amount of money on marketing natural diamonds. They themselves started Lightbox. So I don't think they are, I mean, those days are gone. But you see, you look at, I always give this example, you know, who spends money on marketing a car? You know, not the people who make steel. It's the people who make the car who spend money on marketing the car. Okay. So why should you expect, you know, I mean, you're a retailer, if you're a retailer selling jewelry, you should be spending money on marketing. You don't expect the raw material guy to spend money on marketing, right? I mean, so that is a fundamental mindset change. We need a more demand mindset in this industry. Once that happens, I mean, to your early question, see, most premium products, lifestyle products, they grow at the rate of GDP per capita. Okay. So that's your very simple indicator. So if GDP grows divided by the rate of population growth, that growth is the industry growth that you can expect with this product. If it is a luxury product, okay, it actually becomes immune to recession. Now it's in our hand whether we want to position it as a luxury product, a lifestyle product, or a commodity.
All right. What would you say?
Yeah, we can just say it's his job or their job, and I think if we each, you know, do our own job and focus on what each segment of the industry needs to do, it will do greater good for the industry, for sure. Yeah.
All right, Smith, what's your sense? Where is the challenge here now? Because yes, we've seen a good growth. Last couple of years have seen very good growth here. Is it sustainable?
Each vertical has its part to do. The growers need to develop more technology. They need to make it more greener. They need to invest heavily in solar and wind. The bankers need to support the same thing. The credit agencies need to do that. The retailers need to make sure that the awareness doesn't stop. More and more awareness is created. And also the government helping in policies such as energy policies or things like that, which can help this industry as a whole. So it's everyone's part to play. And if everyone does just a little bit, there's no difficulties coming in the future.
Rahul, are you there? Are you yet rating any lab-grown diamond here? Wait, we'll give you...
So they have rated us, and we are just a lab-grown.
Yeah. So not a specific lab-grown diamantaire, but many of our diamantaires that we are speaking with and already rating, as Smith also highlighted, they are definitely getting into this space. So everybody talks about getting a reactor daily. That's been the transition.
So what is the criteria that you're looking at when you're rating them?
As of now, we don't have anything specifically differentiated for a lab-grown diamantaire or a lab-grown diamond producer as such. because it's anyways a part of their existing business model where they are just adding one more segment to their natural diamond set. So nothing specifically different, but yes, as I think sir also highlighted, it's capex intensive. So for the first time probably we will see that this industry will have term loans coming on their books from working capital. So I think that's going to be one of the monitorables, how they manage this piece, because project finance has never been something that this industry is exposed to. So I think that's going to be a monitorable.
Okay. Ranveer, this one is to you. So as of now, everything looks great and there is awareness coming in. This is a sunrise industry. Everybody's spoken very positive. Any concerns as a banker that you would have on this one?
Yeah, we do have a concern is the falling of the prices. For that, I think the GJEPC or the industry body has to create the awareness so that the demand sustains at the same level. If the demand is going to go down, so then there will be challenges.
Have they given you any projections on how much of demand expectations do they have from here on?
So typically they are giving the demand, though they have been projecting a growth of 50 to 60%, but we cut it down at a realistic level to around 20% CAGR. Yeah.
All right, guys, that's all about lab-grown diamonds. So clearly the growth has been immense. In last couple of years, we've seen it jump from 3% to 8%. Globally as well, we've seen very strong demand. The industry really seems to be rising. There's lots that has happened in last couple of years, and there have been lots of points, there have been a lot of reasons and fundamental supportive as well. But there is a bit of a concern here, and I'm sure the industry will clearly work on that here. But with that, again, anything that anybody would want to say here when it comes to lab-grown diamonds? Yes, please.
We cannot hear from the meeting room.
Yeah, good evening. Recently, there was a panel discussion organized during IIJS, which was moderated by Nilesh. So during that conversation, it was said that in India, there is an
Hello, we cannot hear. We cannot hear you.
Installed base of 5,000
We
reactors.
cannot hear.
5,000 reactors are there in Surat.
Finish?
Green Lab website says that they already have 1,000
Nilesh, can you hear?
reactors.
Nilesh,
Today, Nilesh
can
said
you
there
hear
are
the
only
vote?
2,000 reactors. So how many reactors do we really have in India? That's my question.
All right.
Can you hear the voice
from-
It's a valid one. Do you want to
now.
react to that? Parag, Smith, first of all, you guys, I mean, do you have any numbers in hand?
The number I have vetted and I've heard from many people is around 3,000. So it falls between your 5,000 and the 2,000 estimate you give.
I would not know about
I believe the best source can be the consumption of electricity. You know how much electricity is getting consumed per reactor. So just the data can be pulled easily from the state government actually.
Okay. Nilesh, you want to add to that? How many reactors do you think creators are there in India?
Well, I've heard estimates of anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000. But there is no official data on that available. One can, if you triangulate 2-3 pieces of information, for example, what is the rough that is imported to the country, what is the rough that is exported out of the country, I'm talking about LGD, and what is the polished that is exported out of the country, and then you take the productivity per reactor, you can estimate the number of reactors. Just do that math, but I couldn't actually get to an answer. So it will require some research. But frankly, I would put it this way. Most of the leading diamond traders have stepped into it. So production is the least of our worry now. They have mastered the technology. They're doing it. I think the only concern probably is that HPHT is still something that the Indian producers have not mastered. So I think right now, I'm sure they're planning, how to produce HPHT in India. But I mean, these are very entrepreneurial folks. They will figure this out. So I think figuring out technology and production and so on is the least of the concerns.
Parag,
So we should not actually.
I get that, but Parag, I may sound like a layman here, but if you want to start a lab-grown diamond unit here, how much of capex does it require?
What I've heard is one reactor would cost around 80 lakhs to 1 crore. So, and you need at least 20 reactors to have some substantial growth and a viable business. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'd just like to add to that. It's not only about the capex; it's about the technology.
Yes,
Like people who
exactly.
have
The recipe.
worked on this have worked on it about 15 years, and that's when like I started my company 4 years ago. It isn't just like an instant plug and play.
Exactly.
So we have to remove that myth that anyone can own a reactor and start growing diamonds.
Because the way the numbers are being thrown, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, I mean, you really have to put some sense to that.
I mean, the bankers would be the best to tell. They've analyzed and they've understood. They've taken electricity.
Actually, we take the electricity consumption, how much electricity you are consuming, so I can calculate. So how many reactors are actually running? You can claim 1,000 reactors. If the electricity consumption is for 500 reactors, so I have to go by that numbers.
Really. So as being mentioned again and again, one, this is the great way of marketing it then, because if you need that kind of technology, those many years of experience, I think that is how it needs to be pushed then. So there's one thing that keeps coming in yet again is, one, production, not really a big thing. Consumption, yes. Awareness, third thing. Branding, marketing are very important things to go forward onto this one as far as lab-grown diamond is. Clearly, yet again, another subject which has no end. There is so much conversation that can be done. Every time you have a statement, there's another conversation that erupts out of it. But I am assuming we are on a tight time on this one as well. Almost 8 p.m. past in Indian markets here. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us. Thank you so much, our guests in China as well, for being part of this. We regret the delay here, and thank you so much for being part of this conversation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I think next time we should have GJPC, Mr. Shah. Next time we should have a board here or a tray here which shows us lab-grown and real diamonds and their different caratages. At least your audience can see that. I'm not getting to that, but yes, we would love to see that. I know, I've seen both, and yes, they do look similar. There's no way you can differentiate between the two, but it would be a good classroom here.
Well, thank you so much. This has been a very interesting session, knowing about a lot of details about the differences between the lab-grown and the diamonds. And I'm sure all you guys must have a little more questions, which you all definitely can ask each other once you all are networking later for dinner. So a huge round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator. I would now like to call on stage Sonak Parikh, convener, Banking, Insurance, Taxation Committee, GJEPC, to please present mementos to our panelists and our moderator here. And thank you to the panelists who have joined us online as well. Thank you so much.
How are you going to send mementos to our friends in China?
I think that will be taken care of by GJEPC, and I'm sure you will definitely receive
Lovely.
a token of
Yes.
appreciation from our end.
Thank you, thank you.
And for our audiences, please don't go anywhere. We have one last session remaining.
那我们这个节目就应该，我们这部分就结束了。好，感谢张总，感谢刘总，谢谢你们的时间。
谢谢梁总啊。
For our next and last session, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Varun Kumar Verma, VP Investments Lightbox. The session is going to be on alternate funding. Well, Varun is a part of an investment team at Lightbox and at an early stage venture fund. Lightbox is renowned for investing in concentrated portfolio of businesses focused on influencing consumption by leveraging brand and technology in a sustainable manner. Lightbox has built a portfolio for stellar businesses that include Rebel Foods, Dunzo, Waycool, Melora, and Bombay Shirt Company. A huge round of applause for Varun, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to you, Varun.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you for your patience for being here. I'm going to try to be really quick. I know there's food and drink waiting, and it's the worst to be between the food and drink and people. So thank you for bearing with me. My name is Varun. I'm from Lightbox. I know you heard Nilesh talk about the lab-grown business, Lightbox. So we are a little different. We are a venture capital fund, and I will get right into it. So like I said, we're an early stage venture capital fund. When I say early stage, we invest in companies that may be as early as a business plan or very little in revenue, maybe $1 million up to $10 million. We primarily invest in consumer technology businesses. So these are businesses that are B2C. They're building solutions that cater to consumers. The kind of businesses that excite us are businesses that leverage brand and technology to create cost structure advantage, to be able to service the needs of the end customers. Finally, we like to be in businesses that are sustainably built. We're not an impact fund, we're not a green fund, but we like to be businesses that hopefully leave the world a better place than we found it. You've heard a lot of conversation about ESG, green, and you know, I think as a venture fund, our job is to see where the world is going 10 years later. And we do genuinely believe that that's going to be a bigger part of what matters to customers and is important for our world. And so that's what we invest in. And finally, we invest in consumption. We have a very young country. 65% of our population is below the age of 34. We have a GDP per capita of $2,000, and everything that now accrues beyond that $2,000 goes into discretionary spend. So we see there's a huge opportunity to create organization from a consumption perspective. As you heard in the introduction, some of the companies that we've invested in include Dunzo, which is a quick commerce business. Some of you may have seen it around. There's Rebel Foods. While you may not know the brand Rebel itself, they own a bunch of food brands like Behrouz Biryani, Oven Story, Fasos. So they operate a network of cloud kitchens. Falenco, which is a furniture rental, Truecaller, which is an app which I hope most of you are using, and Bombay Shirt Company. So like that, we manage about $400 million of capital across 16 companies that we've invested in. Why am I here today? I know this is atypical. Given what you may have heard and from the people you may have heard today, I'd like to thank the GJEPC and Mayank for inviting me. The brief I got was to talk about, you know, what we as investors may look for from an investing perspective when we evaluate new opportunities. So what I'm going to do today is talk you through an investment that we made in the jewelry space. It's a company called Melora, and I'm going to tell you their story, and through that, hopefully, give you a sense of, you know, what we look for and why do we invest in companies when we do invest in them. I'll tell you, as venture capital, our business involves investing in companies for 10 to 12 years. So typically, you know, these are very cliche words that you may have heard, but we like businesses that use technology because we believe technology is the future. We like businesses that are disruptive because disruption is what creates new market opportunity. And I know that from listening to some of the conversations today, there's this word transparency that's been thrown around a lot today. And as someone who's looked at the jewelry sector and tried to invest in that, I think that's a big challenge for us. We have to be in businesses that are completely transparent. And if you're doing that in the jewelry business, that's a huge advantage. And that definitely makes us more interested in investing in that sort of company. So let me just give you the quick overview on Lightbox before I tell you, on Melora, before I tell you a little bit about our investment thesis. So Melora is an online D2C jewelry business. I don't know, have people heard about the brand? Hands, yeah. So we are an online D2C jewelry brand. For those who don't know, D2C means direct to consumer. We are the largest online gold jewelry business in the country today. We are amongst the top 10 largest D2C brands in the country. We service about 30,000 orders a month. We are operating at a revenue scale of over 740 crore rupees today. This is, and just for context in terms of the growth in the business, in FY19 we reported revenues of 24 crores, and today we're operating at 740 crores. We're growing about 8 to 9% month on month. 40% of our orders come from locations outside urban India. or rural India, as people may call it. And it's a brand that's created massive amounts of equity. When we invested in this business, so we invested in this business in 2014, so we've been holding this business for 8 years. It was nothing more than a business plan. There was a founder, Saroja, who I'll tell you more about later, who came to our office with a plan to build a jewelry brand. And when we told our peers that we are investing in a jewelry brand, they thought we were crazy. And the reasons for that were that, you know, jewelry is a crowded space, right? There are massive behemoths. I think somebody told me a stat that in terms of billion-dollar companies, it may be the space with the most number of billion-dollar companies in India. And beyond that, you know, we were trying to build an online jewelry brand. So when I told people that, you know, we expect customers to order jewelry worth $400, which is 30,000 rupees, and get it delivered to their homes, they thought we were crazy. This was pre-Jio, 2014, right? To expect people to go online, look at a piece of jewelry and say that I trust this website to send something to my house, seemed lunatic at that point in time, but we are in the business of being crazy. And so we took that leap of faith and we invested in that, and it's turned out really well. What was our thesis when we invested, right? I think we'll all agree India is a gold-obsessed country. You've heard about IIBX and everyone. I think gold is our second largest import after oil, if I'm not wrong, right? So, I mean, clearly we're gold-obsessed. And typically, the way jewelry has been bought in the country, right, it's occasion wear, right? You buy large, you know, big sets for your anniversaries, your weddings. You wear them once in 2-3 years, put them away in your locker, and come back to it, right? And as a result, all your traditional branded players, whether that's a Tanishq, a Kalyan, a TBZ, etc., focused on that segment. And what's that meant is that they've had to build capex-heavy, asset-heavy businesses that have not been able to scale online. And what's true about India is that, you know, I think aspiration exists across the length and breadth of the country. The challenge has been the density of that aspiration and the access to being able to express that aspiration, right? People have not necessarily had the opportunity to go to a showroom and buy a nice piece of jewelry if you've lived in a town in the middle of nowhere. And that's where the online presence comes in. And this is the status quo that Melora hoped to disrupt. Just to put some numbers to it, right? Gold in terms of, India is the second highest purchaser of gold at 24% globally. So just moving on from there, even in terms of our own jewelry market, which is estimated to be about $43 billion, gold makes up about 85% of that, right? And what's really interesting and honestly surprising is 60% of our jewelry demand comes from rural India, not urban India. Now, broadly, we think about gold jewelry as a $43 billion market that's segmented into two parts. You have the wedding jewelry, which is $23 billion, $26 billion, and then you have the everyday wear jewelry, which is $17 billion. Now, the wedding jewelry market is very organized. For a country, you know, retail in India is organized to 10%. Wedding jewelry is estimated to be organized 40%. Right? That's very, very organized as far as the country is concerned. And it's been organized by large players like Tanishq, PCJ, Kalyan, and the others. But that organization has come at a cost, right? They're focused on very high cost jewelry, so the average selling price is about 1,20,000 rupees. What that also means is that they have to set up very large format stores, right? These are big box retail, and as a result, they can't scale to every corner in the country. As a result of which today, Tanishq, which is the largest jewelry brand in the country, is only available across 400 stores in 240 cities. On the other side, you have the unbranded retailer, right? Now today, this guy could be selling you brass coated, painted with gold, and you wouldn't know, right? Because there's no BIS hallmarking. You can never trust what he's selling you. And the designs haven't changed for the last 20 years, right? If you go to some of these stores, what your grandmother's buying is what you and I would be buying today as well. So there's, again, if you look at the unbranded space, they're challenged by opaque pricing, traditional designs, poor quality, and no BIS hallmarking. So as a result of which, what's that meant is nobody's been able to cater to the everyday jewelry market, right? The Indian woman has changed. They're wearing Western clothes, they're shopping at Zara and going to work in Zara clothes. And they unfortunately do not have fine jewelry that they can pair that attire with. Today, if you look at the growth rate of Western clothing in India, it's much greater than the growth rate of ethnic wear, albeit there's obviously a base effect. But it just tells you the changing customer preferences in the country. And the reason why they've not been able to cater to the demands for everyday jewelry is because they're high capex, obviously, for the stores, which means they have to sell high ASP products to be able to make up for the capex, as well as the overhead costs that are attached with the rentals that are associated with these large format stores, and they're inventory led, right? Now, everyday jewelry is about being on trend with fashion, right? If you know Zara has a policy of 52 micro seasons, right? They're launching new designs every week. So every time you go into a new Zara store, you're seeing new designs. And women will want jewelry that they can pair with those new designs. When you operate on an inventory-led model, you can't keep up with that pace of innovation that's happening from a fashion perspective, because if you keep producing that much inventory and sinking that much money into working capital, you're never going to be able to sell fast enough, to recover fast enough, to keep innovating on design. And this is where Melora came in, right? They innovated across 4 key pillars. The first being design. So it's absolutely phenomenal. Melora has today a bouquet of 18,000 designs on their website. They publish 80 new designs every week. Now, the reason they can do that is because they're an asset-light, everyday wear jewelry brand. They use AutoCAD to render the designs, so they don't spend money in making any inventory. They publish those designs on their website using a bunch of AR, VR, etc. And when a customer places an order, they go and produce that inventory they go and produce that piece of jewelry, right? So they don't have to spend any money in the inventory. So suddenly, you've gone from being a very working capital heavy business to being a working capital light business, from being an inventory-led business to being an asset-light business. They've also focused on everyday wear jewelry. So if you think about the average selling price for a Tanishq is 1,20,000, our average selling price is about 25,000 rupees, right? So it's much more accessible and affordable from a customer perspective. Then the second lever against which they innovated was manufacturing. Now again, if you think about manufacturing, one of the big costs is producing the mold, right? We 3D print our molds. So we don't have to spend a bunch of money in getting a copper mold or a brass mold made. We 3D printed, it's much cheaper. And whenever we receive an order, we go and get it made. What this also means is we're a negative working capital cycle business, because we only manufacture our jewelry once we receive the order. So again, for a business, like I said, that's working capital intensive, we've gone and made it working capital light. We're a made-to-order business, so we'll only make the piece of jewelry once you order it, right? So we take about 9 days from the date of order to deliver it to your home. So again, that's again only possible because of the innovation we've done on the manufacturing side. From a brand perspective, right? Again, if you look at TBZ and Tanishq and etc., they don't necessarily appeal to the young millennial Gen Z audience that we have in this country. They're not contemporary, they're not global, they don't have the Western sensibilities that many women have today. So we are a brand that's very much focused on that. It's visible across all our touch points. We've signed up Shraddha Kapoor, who's our brand ambassador. She has 75 million followers on Instagram. We produce a bunch of content with her, again, which we publish on our website, on Instagram, across social media, which helps attract customers. We've been able to reduce CAC, which is our customer acquisition cost, consistently, and that's all been on the back of a very solid brand. And finally, distribution. Like I showed you earlier, Tanishq is in 240 cities. Melora's delivered to 3,000 cities today. And that's only been possible because of our online model, right? And only been possible because we're offering products that are at a price point that are accessible to the masses. We delivered to all 27,000 PIN codes in the country. In fact, it's absolutely insane. 4%, at 1.4% of our orders came from locations with less than 16,000 people in population. Again, speaks to the fact that there is aspiration across the length and breadth of the country. Unfortunately, there is no opportunity to express that aspiration because you would have to go to a local pawn shop who's going to sell you dated designs. Suddenly you can come to Melora and buy contemporary jewelry. And on the back of this, what Melora has been able to do is been able to find a niche for itself in a fairly crowded jewelry market. We're affordable, but we're contemporary and we're new age. Going forward, what we've also learned and we've been able to do is we've launched 23 physical centers. Now, these physical centers are very different from what you would see a traditional jeweler. Our capex to launch a physical center is about 4 crores versus today, in fact, in the Economic Times, there was an ad from Kalyan Jewellers trying to attract franchisees, which was talking about an investment of 15 to 30 crore rupees. We can launch a store in 4 crore rupees. Now, these are, again, inventory light stores. The whole point of creating these stores is for you to come and touch and feel the brand and get an experience of what it feels like. But we still deliver the product to you at your home, right? So the physical touch point just creates trust, but doesn't change the business model drastically. These physical touch points are only 700 square foot in size and require 4 crores in capex versus 15 to 30 crores. What that means is we can scale across the length and breadth of the country to parts of the country where no other brand has been able to scale to. What that has resulted in is a bunch of PR that we've received by various publications, both international and domestic. We receive, it's absolutely insane. If you start reading the news, there are Malayali newspaper publications talking about it all the way through Kashmir. And that's been really, really powerful for the brand in trying to attract customers from different parts of the country. Finally, I think what really convinced us about investing in the company was the founder, right? So Saroja is an absolutely genius of a founder. She's been in the jewelry industry for the last 20 years. She spent the first part of the early 2000s working at Tanishq. She scaled the brand from 2000 to 2004 by 5x. She led design, marketing, and production there. Then moved to the US from 2004 to 2007 and launched Tanishq in the US as well. Literally, when she came to us, she was a PowerPoint presentation, and we invested in that business. The slides that you see on the right, the screenshots that you see on the right of that slide are the screenshots that of her presentation that she made. She was very clear that she wanted to build the Zara of fashion, right? So of jewelry. She's trying to build a fast fashion jewelry brand. And she's trying to do it in a more sustainable way than fast fashion because she doesn't have to produce the inventory that most fast fashion brands have to. That's it. Thank you. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Varun, for sharing the Melora story. The question which I have for you, there is a startup company which is online only at the moment. It's into lab-grown diamonds, and they want to grow omni-channel. So would you be interested in such a proposal?
Yeah, look, all our businesses are omni-channel. All.
No? Okay.
Every business that we've invested in today, many of them are larger omni. E-commerce contributes, or digital contributes to 6% of, like 3 to 6% of total retail across industries. So there's no running away from the fact that you have to be omni-channel, and we're completely fine with that.
Okay, then we'll exchange cards later.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varun. But I already see that you have something to network about after the session is done now.
There's one more question.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
So at this point, does it matter to you to be profitable with Melora?
No. I mean, if they were profitable, they wouldn't need me.
All right. That answers.
So again, I don't say that facetiously. I think as long as you can show that your profitability is improving with scale, that's what's important. If you're constantly losing a certain sum of money despite growing, that's a problem. If your losses are increasing as you scale, that's a problem. But if you're growing like this and your losses are going like this, that's a good sign.
Great.
All right. Yeah. Any more questions?
What is the return rate?
We hope a lot. Right now, we've not returned anything.
No, I'm not talking about returns in sense of your investment, but on the sales.
On the sales,
yes.
It's minimal. Because look, all our sales are through our own website. So we're not on marketplaces. A very small percentage of our sales actually comes from marketplaces like Flipkart, Amazon, etc., where sales are typically more. Our sales, I think, are sub 4-5%. our returns are sub 4-5%. Sorry.
And don't you think that, I mean, going offline, having stores is again the same model which a retailer is doing today?
But it's a very different form of retail, right? We are in inventory light, so when you come into our store, it's very unlikely that you will walk out with a piece of jewelry. We will have a selection of items that you can touch and feel and check out. But more often than not, what happens is you place an order, we deliver it to your home. So it's a 700 square foot store versus a 2,000 square foot store. It's 4 crores of capex versus 15-20 crores of capex.
You see, my question is not about the capex, or ultimately, even if you're online, you feel need of being offline.
Yeah, I mean, there's no running away from that. Absolutely, right? If only 3 to 6% of retail is online, you have to move offline.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think the rest of the questions, we can have it while networking. But to felicitate you, I would like to invite on stage our Executive Director, Sabyasachi Ray. Can we please have him on stage? Thank you. And for summing up today's session and for the vote of thanks, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ajesh Mehta, Co-Convener, Banking Insurance Taxation Committee, GJEPC. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
Good evening, everyone. I promise I'll be very brief. Today's seminar has shown the resilience the trade has shown in volatile times. It has been further highlighted the responsive approach of the Council and its trade members towards the rising potentials of the jewelry and the lab-grown industries. We have put forward the initiatives taken by the GJEPC in the interest of the trade, which has resulted in the reduction of import duty on cut and polished diamonds, rationalization of GST structure, extension of interest subvention, COVID-19 measures, and global FTAs. We are thankful to the government for their support, and we seek further assistance from them and the bankers to help us achieve the export target of $55 billion by 2025. There were certain issues and challenges addressed today at this event. Some of them I would like to highlight, such as the reinstatement of the diamond impress license, dollarization of credit loans, EDPMS issues, the DESH Act for the SEZ, ease of doing business overall for all these sectors of this industry. As we discussed today on the panels today, MSMEs are the backbones of the industry, and we therefore request the bankers to provide reasonable and adequate credit lines to them to operate to their full potential. Further, we seek encouragement from the government to promote jewelry manufacturing and lab-grown diamond production in our country for the which has been highlighted today, are in sync with the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Shri Bhagwat Kararji, for his presence, support and guidance. I will also extend my gratitude to all the panelists and speakers for giving their valuable suggestions on how to take the industry forward together. I'm grateful to our international speakers, Ms. Suzanne Swanikar, CFO De Beers, Rui, Mr. Liang, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Jiang from China. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future. A special thanks to our moderators, Lata Venkatesh and Manisha Gupta, editors, CNBC. We are glad to have you for the 4th consecutive banking summit by GJEPC. I would like to acknowledge the support and guidance of Mr. Vipul Shah, Chairman, GJEPC, Mr. Kirit Bansali, Vice Chairman, our ex-Chairman, Mr. Colin Shah, and the CEO members. Believe it or not, this entire event and the evening was planned in just 3 weeks. I would like to recognize this to the BITC committee led by Sonak Parekh and our GJEPC secretariat led by Mr. Sabyasachi Ray. for making this in such short notice. I would like to thank our partners who supported this event. This edition of the Banking Summit was powered by World Gold Council in association with IndusInd Bank. Thanks to all our co-partners, ECGC, Alliance Insurance Brokers, Diamond India Limited, Green Lab Diamonds, Malkami, and Yes Bank. Special thank to our GM Jewellery trade members, media partners, and all our participants. Many thanks to all the GJEPC team members, including our consultants, Lalit and Mayank Bajaj and Maulik Shah, for extending their support. Once again, thank you all for being with us. Let's enjoy the evening. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Thank you so much to the moderator.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the evening today, the entire day, where you've had insightful sessions and a lot of exchange of ideas has happened. There's a lot of time still ahead. You can network while you're having dinner and drinks. It's served. So enjoy the rest of the evening ahead. This is Priyanka Lalwani signing off on behalf of GJEPC. Thank you and have a good night. Thank you.